There we go, and I was able to start a new recording just in time where it sounds like Mike's came back. I heard his headphones jostle.
Yeah, let me do the same thing. I'm back now, starting a new recording as well. Good time
Yeah,
for it.
yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
Let's see. Right, so yeah, that was all that going. But you asked me, when was the first time you and I really began? Because it must have
Yeah,
just
I like
casually.
we know each other pretty well, and I don't remember how we even like obviously we met on the forum like I met all you guys, but I don't remember like especially given what you've been describing, I don't know even what we kind of would have started talking about.
So I think what it would have been was that a lot of it was. Well, there was like a whole series there. I want to say that for you and me, at least talking individually, it started as we were the first who were really dedicated to the idea of doing a podcast.
Oh, okay.
And that was, yeah, because we had a good couple people on at that time. Like, we'd get Joey on sometimes, we'd get Raven, we'd get Muda. They were all
Yeah,
very cool to talk with, but you and me were the most consistent, other than Sir Boy, who would just show up and not talk, which I
that's
remember,
right.
I remember bitching about that a lot of the time. But I believe that was like, up until then, I think you and I both were just kind of like acquaintances. I think like because I had not talked to you too much because you hadn't been around for a lot of my first 2 or 3 years in the group. While conversely, when you start coming back around to the group, I probably would have just been part of that like sort of new generation of myself, Soon, Steve, Addy, that all
Yeah.
kind of effectively came around in your absence.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Yes.
I mean, I came around when you were like, I came like, I don't know, I joined like a month or a half a month before THQ went under. So I didn't come in as you were gone, but the time frames just about line up. Yeah, my memory is like you and I cooperated a lot on the podcast stuff, and that's how we got to really talking a lot first. And I think a lot of what led to it afterwards was that we started running PMs together when there was that drama going on with the religion thread.
Yeah, things. Yeah, I definitely do remember that because you were the friend I knew who was the most middle grounded, and sometimes I vented to you. It was like, man,
Yeah,
this is getting really out of hand. This is tough because Ted's pissing me off, and I like the guy. But this is getting out of hand, and everyone's complaining to me. Like everyone's like, oh, hey, Mike, this really sucks, and yeah, it does. I don't know what to do about it. And, people were threatening to leave. It's like this is yeah. God, yeah, that was a mess. That was a bad time. And I do
yeah,
remember, yeah, I definitely do remember talking to you about it. I'm just like, I would write like paragraphs, like, "Oh, this is driving me fucking crazy. Why is it like this?" And you're just kind of like, "Well, it's." I don't remember what you said. I don't want to paraphrase, but yeah, you gave some kind of suggestions, and I'm sure I was like, yeah, well, whatever. I'm still pissed off, and that went on for
yeah,
a few weeks.
yeah.
Yeah,
That because I think yeah, more or less what it started, what how it turned from just being us on the podcast together, it got turned into just casually talking about whatever. Started with we would do the PMs, the private messages just for that because we didn't want to discuss that stuff out in front of everybody and create further hysteria. And especially at that time period where we're like the forum wound up getting split into three fucking forums, which was a goddamn mess.
yeah,
And for a
yeah. It
minute, I
was.
was the only one who was on all three, so I kind of wound up being the bridge there.
God, I forgot about that.
Which, of course, I think I've said before that I find it comical that I was on Ted's new Christian forum because I'm not a religious guy.
Yeah, well, are you referring to mine as one of the three? Because again, mine was
Not
that was
intended to be, but wound up
yeah,
being.
that was I hated that. Yeah, that whole thing was. I don't know. I look back. I so did not want to do that. I don't know how obvious it was, but my heart was not in that at all.
Yeah,
You know.
it was pretty clear.
Yeah, yeah. Howard was just like, hey, yeah. Howard's a very idealistic guy and a very like go get 'em type of guy. And yeah, he was like, hey, let's do this podcast. Yeah, cool. Why don't we do a podcast? Yeah, let's put it online. Maybe we'll get some views, whatever. He was going to the moon, like, oh yeah, maybe we get some sponsors, and maybe nah, like, no, you're like 11 steps forward in the thing that's never gonna get to step four. Chill out a bit. But he did his end and was like, yeah, I'm going around getting followers and blah blah blah. And I'm like, well, I shit. Okay, well now I guess I have to kind of pitch in. This is all right. I'll do the damn website. And yeah, he was always like, "Oh, hey, did you add new things to it? And hey, why don't you send me a copy of it so I can look at it and give you some tips and suggestions and let's work together to make this a thing." And I was just like, "Man, I'm so I think I've said to you before that like he thought like it would be lame if we had a podcast with no like website or anything for people to find out stuff about us, whereas I thought that it would be lame to have
A
a
website for a
website.
podcast
Yeah,
no one watches.
yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, it's like why would you like yeah, my mentality like he was his heart was in the right
So
place.
can
He
I
was a good
tell you
guy and all that.
something
But yeah, go ahead.
that I think you'll be able to sympathize with on this point?
Mm.
So this channel that I upload the videos to, WSS Alex, right?
Yeah.
It's just I named it lazily WSS Alex because simultaneously I know that WSS is the name I am known by, at least to you guys
Well,
online.
between us, yeah.
Yeah. And like it's also the name I had, and I can't just name my channel Alex because it's like, well, there's about 1 billion Alexes out there. I imagine there's several that have named their YouTube channel that.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna just be Alex, but I'd really prefer it just be Alex. So whatever, I
Yeah.
slapped the two together. It's WSS Alex. And my dad has, at a couple points down the years, pretty clearly been intent on the idea that this channel will somehow be more of a success. And from time to time, will try to give me advice like, you shouldn't be uploading these big unedited videos like this, son. You really need to cut it down to just the good stuff. And you should probably go back and delete those older videos so that they don't mess it up. And every time I have to go, no, I'm running it my way. It's
Yeah,
my YouTube
it's
channel,
nice
Dad.
that
I'm
he's giving
sorry.
you
You're just going to have
advice.
to deal with it. But
I mean, I think it's cool that he's taking an interest, but yeah,
Yeah,
obviously you do it your own way, yeah.
yeah, I definitely think that's cool. I think that's very nice of him, and I'm glad that he thinks I can be a success with this and all this, that, and
Yeah.
another. But there was one particular moment where I did not really grow up having really the dorky parents. Like my mom and dad, I think are both pretty cool in a lot of ways. They have
They sound
dorky
cool.
moments from time to time, but I think I mostly wound up growing up with pretty cool parents, and not like the cool parents as in drinking and smoking pot with me or anything like that, which is not the cool parents. That's the psychotic parents. But
Irresponsible, yeah, oh yeah, we'll go with psychotic one.
well, like I have parents that had reasonable hobbies and cool hobbies, and they introduced me to a lot of their hobbies and influenced me in a lot of cool ways and all that. And I've always had a very good relationship with both my parents. I did not grow up with
Yeah.
a lot of those deathly embarrassing parent moments that a lot of people like to joke about. But I will say one that happened a couple of years ago was they got very excited. They went out to get the mail, and my dad busts out this bright red shirt emblazoned on the front with bright yellow decals that just simply says WSS Alex and says, son, you need to wear this everywhere and advertise the channel. And that was one of the biggest, like, most heartbreaking moments I've ever had to say to my dad of like, no, Dad, I know you went out of your way to buy this. I am not wearing this anywhere. I do not want to wear this fucking anywhere. I'm not going.
I see what you're saying.
I'm
Yeah,
not
like
going
it's
to
hard to
places.
totally the right place, but it's it's a generational difference as to how cool that is.
Like that's, I mean, like the classic dork thing is your name imprinted on the boxers, right?
Yeah, something like that.
And I was like, oh, like this is the worst when you know that their heart is super in the right place and they are honestly trying to help you here, but it's like, no.
Right. That is really nice, though. It's really sweet that he would do that.
Yeah.
That's really that's the kind of thing that I obviously and you know this, but it's the kind of thing where it's like yeah, it's you feel like it's kind of dorky now, but it's the kind of thing that years later you'll be like, man, my dad was so cool to have done that. You know what
Yeah.
what a nice dad that I had. To where so many other people had dads that wouldn't even give a shit about what they're doing, let alone
Oh,
listen to them.
I know
take an
that
interest in it.
now, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not trying to say that to make you feel bad. I just think it's one of those things that yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from. That yeah, it's nerdy, but at the same time, it's like it really is a very nice thing that he did, though. That's super cool. But you know
Yeah,
that.
that's why it's
obviously know
heartbreaking. Is it's like,
that. Right.
oh, I don't want to just like get on his ass for doing something nice and going out of his way to try and help me.
Well, did you
Oh,
just say that? Yeah, Dad. It's cool, but I think like I mean the same thing I said to Howard. It's like there's really like I love your ideas, and I'm glad you have faith, but like I just think I'm too small time for anything like that.
I think I said that and something along the lines of like I think that if I don't know, I think that there's like a certain degree of like if you're wearing your own merch and you're not that big. I mean, even if like I don't know, let's say Angus Young goes up at the fucking AC/DC concert wearing an AC/DC shirt. It's like, really? An AC/DC shirt? Can you not?
That's funny. I wouldn't necessarily thought that, but yeah, I see where you're coming from though, for sure.
Yeah, yeah, I felt horrible saying that, and
Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't like, and he did have a little bit of that like kicked puppy reaction of like, oh,
Oh, that sucks.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm. How long ago was this? You might need to bring it up again. Say, ah, Dad, I was thinking about it before, and that was really cool that you did that.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago, and I did say that a good couple times, but
Ah, okay.
like you say that afterwards, but it's not ever gonna like, because you know that in their minds they're thinking that when that T-shirt arrives, it's gonna be like, oh my God, this is so great, and
Yeah.
they're so preparing themselves for that, because like gift giving is for the giver, right?
Right.
Like Christmas, the delight of Christmas is seeing them open up the gifts and being like, ah, I know you. I see. It's not
Yeah.
just that I love you, it's that I know what you want. Because that's how
Yeah.
well I
I was
know you and I love
just
you.
gonna say, yeah, I was gonna make that very same point just a second ago. That yeah, like it sounds like he basically, essentially, for all intents and purposes, went and got you like a wonderful, very personalized Christmas gift, and it's like, how can you not let him down by saying, well, I like that you did it, but it's not me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah, at least with Howard, it wasn't the same situation that it was like a family member or anything. With him, I was able to more clearly say, I mean, again, it was like, well, I,
He
I,
is,
I I
but
like
you've
where
known
you're
Howard
going,
for
but
such a long time, he's practically family.
I mean, that's true. I've now known him roughly, God, almost 40 years, which feels very, very old to say. Yeah, he and I
It
are both
does, but on the same
45.
at the same time, there's a pride to that. How many people have friends they've known for that long?
Yeah, that I don't know.
And
I
when
don't know
you
how
run
common
into
that
people who have not had friends for that long, you can tell them they are weak and that they are
is.
cowards, simpletons, and that you will devour them.
Ours in particular, yeah, and the devouring is a very important part.
It's the
Uh,
survival of the fittest.
it is, and it's best demonstrated by pointing out their failures and consuming them for it. That's the only true proper thing to do.
I told you I would eat you.
Yeah, I mean it was so rough though, because it
Yeah,
like he
you
just
can see why
like,
I brought this up. Just like I understand,
oh
like we
yeah.
both understand absolutely. You're like, oh shit.
I mean, it was at least. I mean, I didn't quite have the same level, thankfully, as I said, like where there was the familial, concern, where it's like, man, I don't want to hurt somebody that I love, like that. But at the same time, on the other hand, with Howard, there was more of like an investment that I had to snuff out. Like he was like, we're so gonna like, in so many words, like take over the world, and that, like I'm just like, I don't know if it's my personality. It's like when I had the million, whatever, the 1,000,007 YouTube views,
Yeah.
on that, on that thing. People, I had people occasionally come to me and saying like, "Wow, you have that many views?" And I personally find it impressive to the extent that yeah, like I grew up never thinking that I would ever be known in any way, shape, or form to 100 people, let alone have 1+ million people hear my voice. That's like I still find that kind of inconceivable, but like I guess for better or worse, just kind of like lackadaisical about it. I'm like, well,
Yeah.
yeah, that's pretty cool on a personal level, but it's like, well, I mean, whatever, and again,
It
people are
gets
like,
to be
oh, I
something you
would have.
don't think about a lot.
It really was. I put it
Like,
online, and I was very
obviously, like,
surprised by the. Yeah,
this
go ahead.
pales in comparison, but like, I made a couple Total Warhammer tutorial videos that got up to like 40K views, if not a little bit bigger now. But like,
No, that's
only
a big
every
deal.
now and then do I remember, like, oh, there are 40K people that have heard my voice.
Right. And when you think of your, whatever, like little old me, meaning, oneself, it's like really, at the end of the day, I shut off my computer and I go to bed, and there's only like whatever, like 10 people that I really talk to in real life, So it's like
Well, it can get to a
there's a
little bit of like, anyone could have done that. And
yeah, that yeah,
it starts to occur to you just how many things, like, there are some things in life, there are some celebrities that have gotten there because of absurd workload and talent and dedication. But it occurs to you, some of them are like, oh, it was just that fucking easy.
yeah. like for me, I took a level of pride in their performance because I tried to do, I tried to do a good job. I didn't try and
Yeah.
make it shit. And the fact that many, honestly, to me, it was surprising. I feel bad saying this, but I think a lot of people are just kind of like easily fooled. I guess I don't know. I wasn't trying to fool anybody. I said it right in the description. This is my voice doing a recording. This is not the real thing. But even so, tons of people are saying, "Is this the real thing?" It's like, well, like, no, and I kind of wish you would have read the description, making it clear that it's not the real thing. But at the same time, hey, I'm flattered that you would think so. It's
Yeah.
like it's cool that I guess to some people I did such a thorough job that they were, some people were saying, "Oh, I got chills and everything else." It's like, wow, I did that.
Oh,
That's what happened.
I lit myself on fire.
No, well, don't do that. Is
It's
there
fine.
water
Keep
nearby?
going.
Okay. Yeah, but basically, I'm just kind of minimizing the accomplishment by saying that yeah, like it's cool from a like, hey, look, I did that. That's kind of neat. But at the same time, like, I don't know. I mean, again,
At
like
the same time, though, there's an argument to be made in some cases where you don't realize the investment you've made because you were having fun doing it. Because it does occur to me, like, on your perspective, like, I would say there's something to be proud of there for your knowledge of true crime, but you wouldn't say the same thing because you had fun all the while doing it.
I did. Yeah, and maybe that's part of the reason why I wasn't like granted I wasn't unhappy that it got traction. I wasn't unhappy that it got so much attention, but honestly, I think whereas a lot of people would be thrilled like by all the attention and all the emails and all that, or not the emails rather, but like the YouTube notification saying, "Hey, can I contact you? Can we talk about this? Can I link it on my page? Whatever, blah blah blah." Like for me, it was just kind of like, man, now I've mentioned this to you before. Like people are saying, "Oh, you should do another one of these about this guy or about that guy." And I'm like, well, now people are expecting shit.
Heh.
It's just like I didn't, again, like whereas so many other people would look at that as like, and Howard was an example. He was like, "Oh, that would be awesome. You should turn that into something. You should do this, that, and the other." And it's like I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of it. I just wanted to put it out there and say, "Hey, this is neat. Did you guys like it? Cool. Okay, nice. I'm glad." I didn't want it to become an obligation. I didn't want it to be something that people had now certain expectations of. And in a way, again, those are all positive things. Those shouldn't be a negative. But I didn't go in wanting that. It's like I, there are certain artists that you hear about, and I'm not saying I'm an artist, but for lack of a better term, there's certain people out there like musicians, for example. I don't want to say Kurt Cobain
Well, it
because he's
doesn't
I
have to
don't.
be necessarily high art to be art.
Well, no, it just feels very to me very like I don't want to call myself an artist because to me that's very very what's the word?
It
Putting
was a
myself on a
performance.
pedestal. It was. You're not wrong. I guess unlike what I think a lot of people on YouTube do, I guess I did create content. Yeah, so I guess in a way an artist, whatever. But it's just like I don't. I think it gives me that's applying a lofty title to myself that I don't quite feel I earned. I guess I don't know, but it's like when I say the term artist, it's when I think of somebody like certain actors or again musicians. And I was going to say I don't really want to say Kurt Cobain because I don't really care for him too much, and his he was a weird druggie, but I don't know. But in a way, kind of like him, some people were like, okay, well, I did this for the fun of it, and I liked that it was well received, but I don't like that this is now like everyone wants this. I don't like that. Like I just wanted to kind of create something and then just kind of do it for me, kind of. And it was like it was nice to share it and see that it was well approved and everything, but I didn't really want this to turn into a big thing. Like, am I happy that it got the reviews it did? Yeah, I'm very proud of that. But like again, people saying, "Oh, you should monetize," and it's like, they offered it to me once, and then I did it for like a week or whatever, and then they were like, "Oh, it turns out we can't monetize it because it's R rated." I'm like, "Okay, well, fine. Why'd you offer it to me in the first place then? Forget it. Fine, make it R rated. I don't care." Whereas a lot of other people would be like, "Oh man, I have to fight this. No, I have to monetize. Oh, I have to whatever, like cut this part out of the video to make it YouTube, applicable or whatever." And it's like I don't know. I just wanted to put it out there, and it's as it is, and just let people enjoy it. And if they do, they do, and if they don't, they don't. Cool. And I didn't really expect or intend to go any further with it than that. And so it the last time that anything like that really kind of applied to me was back in, I think this was just a little bit before you joined the forum. Yeah, it was like roughly
Yeah.
2000. Yeah, let's see, because Cole was kind of the link. Cole was the one who
I mean, this is
suggested.
before you would ever put out that video with millions of views, but you would already been mentioned by name in a book with a credit of like, hey, this Mike guy's a cool dude.
Yeah, and in a way that I kind of honestly I'm kind of more proud of that because that was somebody like that wasn't like
It
I
was
am
an
and I'm not
appraisal of
because
character.
yes, that's where I was gonna go. Yes, I was gonna say in a way I am and I'm not. In a way I'm not more proud of that because it's nice to be recognized for having done a good job at something that you sought out to do a good job of.
Yeah.
That's nice. People were like, not only was there a numerical reception, but the people praised me in heaps, and it was like I didn't expect that many people would like this. That's very cool. It's flattering. But yeah, on the other hand, the strategy guide, I was very proud of that because like I never expected that would be a thing. I never asked for it. I never tried to like I never even played at that point and for years after the damn game that I was mentioned in, or the book that it was mentioned in.
Yeah.
I was just doing my thing, and it was just really nice to have somebody say like, "Hey, for whatever reason, I can't even remember why. I think they just said like, "Hey, they're really cool guys. They're very vocal about supporting our games." It's like, okay, well, I mean, whatever. I guess that's true, but just the fact that apparently, I guess I did enough of a job of that to them that I stood out as being worthy of even like saying anything about at all. Like as you said, that was an appraisal of character. That was like, I didn't have to do anything, and somebody said, "Hey, I really like whatever this guy does or whatever." I don't know. It was just it was neat because I was I was highlighted just for being me. Like
Yeah.
that's neat. Like to have your peers. So in a way, obviously I'm not like a developer or anything, but to have the person who's in charge of the group that you're in or whatever to say, hey, this guy's a good guy. You know what? He's pretty cool. He's got our endorsement. That was pretty neat. Um, but now contrarily, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that also ties into what I was going to say, which is that when Cole was still on, but we weren't yet doing the podcast, and to my memory, Cole was the one who I think told me that he wanted to do like Cole was the I think Cole was the one to my memory who said we should do a podcast to begin with. And I remember when I just threw out the name, hey, shut your mouth, because we're always talking in the shut your mouth thread. Why not? And he was like, yeah, let's do it. And then the name stuck. So you were there around the time Cole was there near the very end. So not
Yeah, that would have been when
it
Cole
had
was
to have been at the
on
very
Bane's
end.
forum, which would have been 2014, 2015 thereabouts. Because Cole left. Cole was last seen before that on the THQ forum. Then he left after him and Ted got in the fight about how much
Oh right,
sexual
the
assault there
military.
is in the Marines or something like
Yeah,
that. Because
yeah, that's right.
Cole had like some absurd claim that every woman who serves in the Marines gets sexually assaulted or whatever, and Ted was just
Yeah,
saying
you
like
told me that. That's
that
right.
cannot be true.
Yeah, I don't know where he was going on with that.
Cole was a young guy, even
He
though Cole was
was.
associated as one of the pillars of the forum. He was a young guy,
Yeah, yeah,
which
he was young and fairly impressionable.
which I mean, admittedly, there would every given of course, it was a silly idea to begin with, the idea of pillars of the forum, but nonetheless, for a time period, it was accurate.
That's actually kind of that's actually really rather specifically where I was going to go, which is that yeah, when you weren't on yet, but at the time that Cole still was,
There
uh
was a period, the summer of 2012, I was definitely reading the forum, but I wasn't participating.
then this was probably going on at that time. Then there was. Do you remember the Forum Hall of Fame awards? Were you there for that?
Oh, they kept it going for a little bit into my time, so it's difficult to say if I
Okay.
remember that or if I just remember the times I was actually there for.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then you were definitely there for part of that then because in roughly okay, I joined in October of 2010. So yeah, it would have been let's say summer 2011, I think thereabouts. At that point, the forum was like super getting along. The moderators, had come in by that point for quite some time, and everyone was getting along, and it was kind of like a little happy family. And I've mentioned this before. I know I've hinted at it before. I don't know how explicit I've been, but there were times when I don't know. Again, I don't know why this is. I didn't ask for it. I didn't try to cultivate it. But there were people on that forum who like looked at me as some kind of fucking god among men, and it was honestly really sometimes very uncomfortable. And like they like it started with, oh hey, Mike's kind of our leader or whatever. It's like when you first hear that, it's like, oh, that's really nice. That's cool of these guys to say, whatever. I'm glad that I'm being a positive influence or whatever. That's cool. That's all it needs to be.
Yeah.
But then at some point, I can't remember whose idea it was. And at the time, again, we were all a happy little family, so we were all for it, at least kind of like all in good fun. Haha, this is a nice little sweet thing we can do for each other, whatever. Wasn't my idea, but somebody got the idea. Hey, let's throw a Forum Hall of Fame awards. Let's like celebrate who our favorite people are on the forum or whatever. Which, in hindsight, it's remarkable that didn't crash and burn and destroy the community right then and there. But I
No,
guess that
it took a
illustrates
couple of
how
years to do that.
it did, right? Exactly, it did eventually, that kind of thing. But
Was
yeah,
part
at
of
first,
it. It was not a major. The major thing that caused damage there was actually not super related, but it was like the start of some lack of trust issues.
yeah, that kind of stuff. That all starts to bleed into it. Yes. There was for the first year, and this happened for a couple of years straight. Again, I don't know whose idea it was, but somebody said let's have a Forum Hall of Fame, and again, like looking back, it's like how did no one actually say no to this like right off the bat? They said, hey, let's also have votes. Let's have all these categories like favorite, like literally just like super outright like controversial shit, like favorite poster on the forum, funniest poster, like most liked post. It's like super fucking potentially divisive shit,
Yeah.
right? But but yeah, again, I guess naivete. Even at the time, I didn't really even think like that poorly of it. It was like, oh, this will be fun, whatever. Like we're, I might have said something at the time. I know other people did here and there. I guess it wasn't vocal enough to put a stop to it though. And even the mods, the couple of mods we had there, they were like, oh yeah, cool. Let's again, like we're all big happy family. It'll be fine. It'll be fun. But I'll never forget this. There was something like I don't know, like a dozen categories, and I won like all but like one or two of them,
Yeah.
and it was really fucking super uncomfortable. It was
Whoever
really
made the
like on,
categories did not have a good enough speciation of the categories.
I don't know what it was. I do
Like,
again. I
when you
remember
have
some
a
of them were
clear leader in a category or two, you generally tend to try and come up with some
more
other
spread it
categories
out a bit.
to spread out the awards so they don't just all go to the one fucking person.
It was, I wish that forum was still up. Only vague little remnants here and there, like a scattering of pages are on the Wayback Machine. And I've looked. I have to look up some more, see if I can ever dredge any more up. But stuff like that, those specific topics are not. I can't find them anymore, and I would love to because like I mean, again, it was the kind of thing where like at that point I already been used to people occasionally like a lot of the people who didn't like Ted would never say stuff like that. For example, Ted never like I don't
No.
want to say blew smoke up my ass because I know the people who were saying it, they weren't trying to do that. At least I know some of them weren't.
Ted's
Some
a
of them
guy
were
who
just
will throw out bits of praise when he's wanting to be serious and personal and loving. But Ted is never the kind of guy to show worshipful praise to anyone other than Jesus Christ, Ronald Reagan, and George Lucas.
right. Yeah, fair enough. Right. Yeah, like Ted
Gary
would.
Gygax, there we go. That's the one over George
Oh,
Lucas.
Gary Gygax. Yeah,
Those are Ted's three gods right there. Jesus, Ronald Reagan, Gary Gygax.
fair enough. I can see them all being accurate. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there were some people on the forum who I'm sure, looking back, I'm sure there were some people who were like totally trying to, butter me up or whatever. First, like, not like I have any fucking special privileges. Maybe when I was modded later
For
on,
sex.
maybe, yeah, but who knows? Honestly, some people were just, I don't know. I can't explain some of the things some of the people there did, but yeah, there were others
Lunch
though.
Lady Doris, do you have any butter? Then butter me up, woman.
Yeah. Shirt rip and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there were some people there who were just, as you said, like they had like worshipful praise for me, and I think generally, I think a lot of them were just kind of young, and they just didn't have like, I'm not saying like heroes
Decent
or whatever,
parental
but like,
figures.
yeah, maybe just like older friends to look up to, something like I'm not trying to say that in a dismissive way, but I think maybe they literally just didn't have like people that were older than them that were nice to them, and maybe they just thought like, oh wow, this guy's like super cool, he's the best, like hero worship, I guess, without actually trying to say that I am a hero because I'm not. But that kind of mentality, I think, was
Hey, you've only
you know,
saved a
true
few
of some of
children
them.
from burning trees.
Yeah, only a few. Not enough to be worthy of note. Um, Yeah, but those people were the ones who were like voting me like I was up they were like they would have the nominations for like a week. Like, okay, here's the 10 people that are up for like, these categories. There was a lot of the same names, and I was in like most of them, and so I think Ted was in a bunch of them too. Like some of the generally speaking, the more prominent and more like just like friendly, I guess when it really comes down to the more prominent, more vocal, more friendly users were in most of the categories. And I was in most of them. And then when the awards came, again, like I was picked for so many fucking things, and it was like, on one hand, it really is. It's super nice. It's like, wow, it's really cool that everyone likes to be appreciated. Everyone likes to know that
Yeah.
their presence is welcomed. It's cool, but it just put me on such a fucking pedestal, and it was like. I took it in good humor, but it was like, oh, it was kind of like, guys, it's, whatever. I tried to kind of playfully dismiss it, but it was like, it was.
Getting a
I
little
don't know.
weird.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like not in a way that was like, I don't know, like gross, but in a way that was just like I wanted to kind of like set them down and say like, guys, you need to like, you know, like find other people to look up to. I'm like I'm just a guy, and there's lots of people out there that are nice and whatever. It's like, it's there's plenty of good people out there. Like I'm not the best person in the world. Like kind of,
That's
like you
CM
said,
Punk.
like kind of, yeah, yeah. That was around his time too. Now that I think about it. Um, and the worst example I can think of, and then I'll wrap this up, because honestly I don't even know where I was going with this. We were talking about the forum splitting, and then me having my own forum and all that. I remember one person, I can't remember who it was, and I'm glad they didn't tell it to me at the time. They told me in hindsight, but they said something to me once. I can't remember who. They were like, "Oh yeah, Mike, yeah, it's funny that you and I are friends now. We've been talking for like a while or whatever." Because the first time I saw you, I was afraid to talk to you. I was like, "What are you
Ah!
talking about?" Yeah, and they were like, I didn't think you'd talk to me." Yeah, I was like, why wouldn't I? What? Like, I was bummed. Like, why? Based on what? What are you talking about? It was like, oh, because you're so popular, and I was just like some like random nobody or whatever. I'm like, fucking, that was. Yeah, I felt I didn't cut the guy down or anything, but like that felt super weird. Like it wasn't his fault. Like he wasn't. It's nice that he was being honest. It's I felt bad for him having said what he said, but like it was like how what did I ever do or say to make somebody think that I'm like some kind of fucking like special specimen that can't even be fucking approached? Like, what the fuck is this?
Out of
What did
my
I ever
way,
do or say?
peasants.
He made it seem like, yeah, like he phrased it in a way. I think he actually came out and said like, yeah, I didn't think like I was good enough to talk to you. And like, what the what do you say to that? Like that's weird. That's super fucking weird. And again, I
Yeah.
felt bad. I didn't cut the guy down for it because I didn't want to, confirm what his apparent fears had been. But like, how do you react to somebody who says, "Oh, I was like, I'm a guy who types shit on a wrestling game for him. What the fuck? Honestly, what the fuck? I don't. I even now I'm speechless. I don't know what to make of that. I don't.
Like, there was what it was something for a time that was like really special in terms of the way forums are built. They're like the majority of forums that you go on back in the day. Now they're not even really a thing. They've kind of been replaced by Twitter and Reddit and what have you. For
Yeah.
like the majority of forums you'd go on, like it is people blundering onto the forum and going, "Hey, my game had problem, I'll fix," and someone else just responds, "Gay," and that's the thread.
That's about right.
And the WD2K, the WD2HQ forums, like it was a community that built up, and it's partly because, and this ties into what you're saying almost a little bit. That I think it is important that communities have leaders to build a cohesive community. That there are leaders that people look to not only because they're fun to have conversations with and they are insightful, which you and Ted and to Rachel and Cole and so on were, but that furthermore you were kind of examples for what is considered acceptable behavior within the community. And because you wind up being this paragon for people to follow, which I know this is all very haughty language, but it's sociologically speaking, these are the sorts of terms that one should probably use. Like, people would look at you and go like, okay, this is not just a shit posting forum where I just go on and call people gay and then I log out and I just do that over and over again until I get banned. Like, this is a people
Which
where
some
people
people
really
did.
talk. and have actual
Yeah,
conversations.
that's true. Yeah, I guess yeah. I
Like, I
suppose
think
that's
Ted,
why.
realistically speaking, has been considered just as unapproachable by a lot of people, just like not in a friendly way. Like, I love
Yes.
Ted. We all love Ted here, but Ted is openly a very critical guy, and he'll do it to people who are perfect strangers. And that catches a lot of people off guard, and it means that a lot of new people are kind of intimidated by him.
Yeah. Yeah, he and I have actually talked about that specifically. Yeah,
Yeah,
like on the forum, we actually had conversations about that. Yeah, like he, people, he and I both recognized, as others did with us, that like, yeah, he was just as much as like one of the quote like elders of the forum, one of the big guys of the forum, but because he's so standoffish and really often rather rude, he didn't have the same reception, and
yeah.
he didn't care, and
But a few years later, he would be winding up receiving a lot of the same reaction on a smaller scale, but for a lot of my young generation.
That's good though. That's because I respected the fact that he didn't want to seek that kind of like I don't care if people like me, whatever, fuck it,
Yeah,
that's good. That's good to have that attitude to an extent. At the same time, I also always had wished at that time that he was a nicer guy, but you know how that goes. That's
yeah.
Ted.
Yeah, I think in the end, everything wound up definitely working out more or less fine in that regard. What was that I was going to say? But yeah, like it just winds up being one of those things that there wind up being, yeah, core figures to a community of that size. Nowadays, for our group, as small as it is, which is closer to like 20 people, maybe, like
Yeah.
at that point, there's not really core people anymore. There's
No.
just, I'm gonna go tap a bed so I can get rid of this phantom.
Okay.
Like there's
We
not
can
really
sleep
core
through it. I'm
people
I'm literally
anymore.
looking at my bed right now. If you want to just sleep through the night.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right.
But like now, it's just like we all know each other. We've known each other for years, if not a decade. Oh shit, even Addy's probably now been around for a decade. Yeah, he would have came around in 2014, so now even Addy's been with our group for a decade.
Wow. Yeah, I have a couple follows on that as well.
So
Um,
yeah, go ahead.
I think it also makes a difference that there's not people coming and going. Whereas, this
Yeah,
is obviously a very specific, isolated group of people that have been kind of like filtered down into the core, components. Whereas, if we were on, let's say, if they did make a new like 2K24 forum or whatever that was dedicated just to the game and everyone was
and made a
friendly and
point of
whatever.
inviting us. Otherwise, it would probably just be like, oh, they're doing this. I guess we'll just ignore that.
Right, yeah, yeah. If there was an actual like group, if there was basically a rebirth of what those forms were at that time, it'd be different
If
because
like
we
Tank or
would.
Marcus comes back and specifically makes a point of like reassembling the Avengers here.
That'd be very interesting to see. That would be a very interesting situation.
We'd wind up with
Yeah.
half of the fucking people being like, I don't remember you. And they're like, well, no, if you get Mike and Ted, you're going to get Alex and Addie too. You may not remember them, but you're getting them, fucker. And that's what you and Ted are going to say. That's how you're going to introduce us.
Yeah, definitely. That's the plan.
And definitely not like, here's these turds we picked up. Yeah, sorry, Tank. We couldn't tell them no.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, if it were a situation to where you'd have new people coming in, and there'd be like a hierarchy to where we're like the old schoolers or whatever, and we all know each other, and everyone would be like, there's like a tier list of people who are in a community, whereas there are people who already know how things work. It's like the cool kids club, right? There's like the
Yeah.
people that are already there and they all know each other, they all know the history. Then there's the new guard. The new people come through, and either you treat them well or you treat them like a dick, and you uphold your ideal as the cool kids club and your isolationist, whatever. But yeah, preferably if you're the kind of people who let new people come in and you take them in and you're like, oh yeah, hey, cool, get to know us, it's all good or whatever. Then yeah, in that case, I think there'd probably still be some of that hero worship stuff going on.
Yeah.
But I mean that's not the case. The whole hero worship thing. I guess that's just not. Yeah, it's probably never going to be a thing again because, as you said, we're kind of like our own group now. Obviously, we're only on Discord. I don't know if anyone else is on any of those kind of forums. I don't know if 2K even has a forum anymore. I'm assuming they
I
do.
think the others have said that the forum effectively came to an end.
Really?
Yes, I want to say that before Pink has joked that Zeokage was responsible.
Oh yeah, yeah. Jesus Christ. I'll have to look into that. Find out what God, that was. See, that's an example. I think by contrast, and I think it's also noteworthy that everyone fucking hates him. That's an example of a guy who wants to be the hero. That's the guy who wants to be number one. That's the guy, well, not even necessarily the hero. That's just the guy that wants all the power.
Yeah.
I mean, it really was just like I don't even remember a time. Like I knew it happened, I know it existed, but I don't remember even what he was like before he became the fucking corporate brown nose that he just like lovingly embraced upon first available opportunity. I mean, I hope they're
Yeah,
paying
like
that guy because he's
I've mentioned
sucking their
before, I
cock.
vaguely remember Zeokage being a cool guy before he got power. He just
He
wasn't
was
very
okay.
he wasn't very opinionated, but
I don't remember him being
sometimes
very
after a full
vocal.
day of dealing with Ted, you're like, yeah, I can deal with unopinionated. But like, yeah, he honestly he was. I, for one, welcome our new 2K overlords and would like to remind them that as a major community figure, I will be happy to hunt down various figures in the community who may be subversives.
Yeah, that's actually pretty much about right. Yeah, I don't I don't remember his situation enough. I just remember that I wrote to him once. I wrote him a PM on the whichever forum it was. I guess it was the 2K forum. I can't remember if it was new THQ 2K, whatever the hell it was. But I wrote to him and I was like, yeah, a lot of people think you're kind of a dick now. Like, what's going on? Like, I phrased it kind of politely, like, yeah, what's like, a lot of people are saying shit about you. Like, are you all right there? You're changing. He's like, oh, really? Am I? I thought I was exactly the same. I was like, oh well, all right then. That
Well,
was the last time I ever spoke to him.
that wound up being an insight.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, yeah. He was just like, no. I didn't notice anything different. Yeah, he's just like, I haven't been, trying to treat anybody different or talk to anybody different. I'm just being me. It's like, oh well, yeah. Like you said, it's like, I guess you are, aren't you?
It's not a new
Yeah,
Zeokage, it's the old Zeokage under a different context.
yeah. It's yeah. It's you hear about stories, or I'm sorry, you hear about people like that. You read stories about people like that. But I've honestly, other than him, I've never actually known somebody who really was just total fucking power mad. Just completely sold out his friends or contemporaries or whatever you want to call them. Just went straight to, I'll do it, I'll volunteer, I'll help you, and then just like became just a fucking just toe the line fucking Heil Hitler. All the rules must be rigidly enforced. Sorry folks, but this is how it is now. Like, who the fuck are you, dude?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, there's a way of going about it, and I don't know. That's just from what I can tell, most people agree that's not the way.
I want to say what it was honestly was like, as part of their thing of like trying to merge the two together, was like, oh hey, is there anyone on the 2K Sports side
Yes.
one on the WWE side that would love to get a job here moderating? And Zeokage immediately jumped for it. And I remember even at the time going like, that's weird. He's a pretty quiet guy. Why did he jump
Yes.
for it?
I thought the exact same thing. It was like, why? He just like was so unspectacular in the sense that he just I'm not even trying to tear him down. He just didn't really speak up for himself in such a way that made him seem like a distinct personality. He was just kind of like, I'm here, whatever. And then just suddenly like, I'll do it, like you said, yeah, like I'll do it, like I, and yeah, I guess they were just like, oh, okay, well, this guy then, and that was kind of the beginning of the end.
Yeah,
He
that was
became
like,
a robot from that point forward.
yeah, I guess that was part of what, like, of course, like if you're a fair enforcer of the rules, whatever, but like there's generally an expectation that it's a respected community figure that beyond capability to directly enforce the rules by banning or suspending people, but to be a voice that people respect because they know you're a mature and reasonable guy who wants what's best for the community.
Right.
But when you're Joe Blow from down the row, and it's like, okay, so for one thing, why would anyone respect you? For another thing, how do you expect to be given this when nobody knows you?
Right.
Knows whether or not you're responsible enough for the position.
Yeah, like there's some audacity in even like voting yourself in when, as you said, like no one really even knows who you are. You've not done anything to earn such a stance. Like who are you to even ask?
Yeah, and it's like, if you barely seem to care about this community, why do you want the job?
Yes. Yeah. God, that's a good. It makes me wonder what he was thinking the whole time when he wasn't yet a mod. It makes me wonder, was he just like quietly watching, waiting for such a chance?
I will be the one to bring law to this world.
Yeah, like it makes me wonder, was he really just kind of watching everybody, saying to himself, like, oh well, man, one of these days I might get a chance to tell these people what to do. Yeah, that'll be my time. Like I don't
If
know.
this Wild West era will come to an end.
Yeah,
That
I
kind of
mean
sound
he's
like Ocelot.
Ocelot.
Snake, it is time that the Wild West era of nuclear weapons came to an end.
Which is ironic because we had the other mod who was Cyber Ocelot,
Yeah,
and,
and
and
Ted
he
doesn't fucking
was
like him.
say what?
Yeah, and Ted don't fucking like the motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't.
Something happened there. I'm sure that one of us can
Yeah,
actually get Ted to explain, because Ted's not a guy who will hold this sort of thing back. But something happened there.
yeah, I would like to know what, because again, that was as I've said before, my very last conversation with him was when I did the Eva Marie thing, and he was like so. Like I guess I don't want to put words in his mouth. What he specifically said was like I didn't think you were that kind of person or something very close to that. Like he was, or he didn't say it quite that way because that would have kind of triggered me. Like what the okay, what does that mean? What kind of fucking person did you think I was? You know, like what? I've never said anything about other wrestlers before. What the fuck, dude? But no, he said something like I'm shocked you would say something like that, something like that. And I guess I'm in the minority, but it was like fucking just because I said that Eva Marie looks like a piece of leather. Like what the fuck, people? Like
Boy,
grow up.
I think
I
at the
said the
time
same
what
thing
I
about
said
Stone
was,
Cold and
like,
Orton.
y'all aren't, you 2K guys weren't here for it, but he would say the same thing about Hogan.
Yes, Hogan, Stone Cold. I said that at the time I didn't
Well,
care much for
Austin
Batista.
doesn't look like a piece of leather.
No, he doesn't look like leather, but I've said a lot more strong things about how he's just a worthless human being and all that. Talk about how he beats his wife and everything like that. All he said, you know, I've gone over it with you guys, so I don't need to say it again. But basically, it was
Yeah.
just okay. She's a woman,
I
and he
don't
said
think
stuff
there's any
that was
discrete Austin marks amongst our membership.
no, that too.
Like, I think
Yeah.
the strongest you get is just me going like, well, I don't hate him. He's definitely like the most overrated wrestler of all time, but I don't despise him, I guess.
I guess.
I mean, that's how it is. I use him in the game
No, I think
sometimes.
the I guess part's just funny.
Well, like, he's definitely the most overrated wrestler of all time, and he did beat his wife. He's all apologetic about it now, which I give him credit for that, but, like, he's absolutely the most overrated wrestler of all time. Like,
I think so. Yeah, it was just, you know, I get that people were surprised by, you know, I guess
the
the
vitriol.
yeah, yeah, right, yeah, and I think obviously it was, you know, the person who reacted to it was proven to have been somebody who didn't know me, and somebody who, from what I could tell, was just a total fucking pussy, just a super like fucking. You know how I am about this kind of stuff. Like no one say
Yeah.
anything that somebody might find, you know, offensive, you know, that kind of fucking shit. I don't that's not my kind of thing. You know, I try not to be outwardly rude or like deliberately, you know, consciously offensive to somebody that's gonna upset them or insult them, you know, to their face. I mean, I'll tell somebody that Eva Marie's ugly, but I'm not gonna tell somebody that their mother's ugly. You know, I'm not like that. You know, but just just the strength of the language I used. I've said before that I even looked up the rules before I hit send. I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of strong, but I stand by it. Should I tone it down? I looked at the rules. Okay, I'm not swearing. I'm not insulting any other members. I'm not wishing death upon anybody. You know, I'm not like everything was well within the rules. I just had encountered for blatant misogyny to be somebody's interpretation of one of the rules that you could violate.
Which, of
So
course,
yeah,
we've said before, part of it was that some of the mods felt they had to lay down the law because ahead of time, Soon and Steve had went ahead to already start trolling.
yeah, it was a messy ass fucking time to say the least.
Oh, yeah.
And the only reason I get back into talking about that is because the Ocelot thing. Because again, Ocelot got modded because I stepped down as a mod. Ocelot was the one. I don't know. I can't speak for Ray.
Ocelot
Ray
for the
01.
longest time was just the creative storyline guy.
Yeah, I mean, I never had a problem with him. To my knowledge, we were on perfectly good terms. Uh, Wheeze, mod Wheeze. I can't remember what his real name was the first mod that we had, and he was really cool. Then we had another mod whose name I sadly can't remember, who was also pretty cool. And then I think once they kind of started phasing out, then Matt came in, and Matt was the one who I got along with him right away. Yeah, everyone did. Matt's a really good guy. And he came to me separately and said, "Hey, I've been thinking we need to add some more members to the mod team. What would you think?" And I'd be like, "Oh, well, I mean, I'd be honored if you think that I can do it. Like what's it involved?" And he's like, "Well, let me talk to the guys and see if I can get you in because I've been asking for help and they're open to it. So let me see. I'm also thinking of modding this other guy, Ray01." And I was like, "He's super cool. I like him. I liked him quite a bit. We were, as far as the forum goes, good friends." And he and I wrote to each other and we're like, "Hey, this is pretty cool. Yeah, what do you think? Oh, I don't know. How's it gonna be? How's it gonna be? What do you think? I don't know." We chatted about it. Let's see what happens. We were excited, and then we got modded, and like the first fucking thing I did, I was like asking for, okay, like is there is there like, I was trying to do it as official as I could. I said, is there like a book of rules or anything? Is there like a forum type of like how to lay down exactly how I should do things? I'll let you know if I can do it or not, whatever. And it was kind of like, well, we'll sort of play it by ear, that kind of thing. There's, it was very loose, and uh I learned that it was a little like Matt didn't deceive me, but like after I got modded in and I saw that for example we didn't have band powers or anything like that, and I was like, oh well, how does this work? And he said, well, what you have to do is you have to kind of tell people that you can ban them. You have to kind of bark, and then if people keep pushing, then you go to the admins and they have to do it. And I'm like, well, that's kind of difficult. That's sort of inconvenient. That's actually kind of also stressful because it makes it seem like we're kind of liars. And he's like, well, yeah, so that's, welcome to the club. It's not super fun. And I didn't really ever say this to him, but I thought to myself, well, why did you vote for me then? If like, why are you wanting to put me through this then if it's not super fun? And he's like, well, he was like, well, he said something like, there's only a couple people that I feel like could be, have enough of a reputation that I think could do a good job and blah blah blah. And I can, I need kind of a break. You can help me out if you want to. And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool, why not, whatever. Anyway, long story short, then when Aubrey came in like half a year later, that became a mess, and Aubrey wanted me to mod a certain way. I said, well, I don't want to mod that way because it's really uncomfortable because it's asking things of me that I don't really, stand behind, blah blah blah. He said, well, I want you to stay. I said, well, I don't really want to stay. So he said, okay, well then, you're gonna have to either stay or go. I can't really make the choice for you. So I said, okay, well, I'm gonna go. And it was when that happened, Ray at that point had disappeared for some reason. I never saw him again. Honestly, for all I know, he might have died, and I
Yeah.
hope not. But I honestly have no clue whatever happened to him. While we were still mods, he just kind of disappeared. And so, when I stepped down, Aubrey was like, "Okay, we basically need two mods then, because Ray hasn't been on in like a month or so or whatever." And this, whatever. I don't know if you remember this, but in addition to Cyber was chosen by Aubrey to replace me. And Ray, oh no, Ray was still there. I don't know why Ray stepped away.
I
I think
thought Ray was one of the ones that kind of disappeared. I thought Ray disappeared closer to the end of THQ.
I don't remember quite when or why. I have no idea why. I don't quite remember when. But I do suddenly remember now, though, as I'm telling the story, that Ray was the one who, God bless him, he voted for Brian to replace him.
Oh, I forgot.
It lasted less than 24 hours, and Brian was like, "I don't want to do this."
That was such a bad choice.
It was, yeah, it was, yeah.
Why
I think
did
a lot
he
of people
agree to
forget
that? I mean, why did Brian agree to that?
I don't know. I think he was just kind of like, "Why me?" Well, all right, I'll do it. Yeah, all right, we'll see. Yeah, and I can't remember why he quit, but I swear to God, it was like 1 day or less. He was just kind of like, nah, I don't really want to do this.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, like, shit, like that. The shorthand description of Brian as a person is if, like, Liam from The Best Friends was antisocial.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he's got his
So,
things, and he loves his things, but otherwise, he's not interested.
so he was the first member of our group that I discussed the Super Best Friends with, because he and I both liked them.
Brian, really?
Yeah, Brian was always an awkward person for me, because I never got along with Brian. Brian and I were always very differing personality types, and near the end, I think he and I were more or less just openly hostile to each other anytime we talked.
Oh, he was that way with everybody at the end.
Yeah, but, like, there was also, he and I shared a lot of hobbies. We shared a lot of interests. And so occasionally we discussed that stuff, but I always found it weird talking with him talking about us for Super Best Friends, because I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm talking about Liam with a guy who's pretty well just if Liam was a bigger dick.
Yeah. I until you said that, I had never thought of it that way.
Like, we know Ted, who is like Pat if Pat was less annoying.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah,
used to know Brian, who would be Liam if Liam was more antisocial.
that's honestly about right. Yeah, he was. I don't say this in
Who
a
are our
demeaning way,
Matt
but
and
I
Wooly?
was. Wooly is just so sweet and harmless. I can't think of anybody who'd be. Maybe you, to be honest. Honestly, maybe you.
Uh, I'd take that title with pride because I think he's
Like
most
just
agreeable, but like,
yeah, he's just such a nice guy, just so friendly and passive. I can't picture. You know him more though. You've seen more episodes with him in it, so I may be speaking out of place. But he just strikes me as just a completely just a like you'd have to push to get that guy to be a jerk.
I guess Wooly being the friendly one in the split, I guess when our group split for a little bit, I was the one who was cool with both sides, so I guess there's
That's
that.
true. There you go. You're White Woolly.
There we go, sure.
And I
Which
I
would
do
make
not know
the
who.
idea of there being a white Wooly would make regular Wooly pop, so that
I don't know who Matt would be though. That's difficult to call. Because again, I
who
also consider Matt to be just like a super sweet, lovable guy, but he's also
very goofy, loves repeating a lot of the same
yeah.
gags. Matt's also the oldest one out of the group, but you don't often think about it because he doesn't
That's
seem like to be
true.
the oldest.
Yeah, I would think it'd be Pat.
Yeah, no, Pat's actually the second youngest.
Wow.
There's like
After
a 6 year
Liam?
age. There's like a 2 year age difference between Matt and Wooly. Like I think Matt's 2 years, Wooly's senior. Then I think Wooly's like 6 years Pat's senior.
Oh.
I can never remember Liam's age because they always used to joke about Liam being wildly younger. But
He looks that way.
about 2014, which would have been about like the peak of a lot of Super Best Friends content, at least for how much they were putting out. Pat would have been like 29 or 30, and Liam probably would have been like 23 or 24. I think. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who'd be Matt. I don't know.
I think there's like nearly a 10 year age difference between Pat and Matt.
Really? That
Maybe
seems
no, I
way
must be
off.
getting it mixed up. It must. I don't remember. Shit.
They seem like they have the same like cultural references and stuff. I mean, they're in the same group though, so I guess that's not hard.
Yeah, I must be getting that wrong. I must be getting that wrong. Maybe
I
I'm
don't
getting
know.
Pat's. Maybe I'm getting Matt's contemporary modern age mixed up with Pat's age at the height of the best friends.
Possibly. Yeah, I honestly could not say.
Right.
Are you still
Yeah.
thinking about it? Trying to piece it all together?
I really think the closest to Matt in personality out of our group is Pink.
Yeah, that's actually a good example. Yeah, just cheerfully, goofy.
Cheerful, goofy, upbeat,
Yeah.
artistic tendencies, likes to joke about being horny all the time, likes to talk about food a lot.
Oh, I didn't think about the. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Pet talks about cereal a lot. He references how much he loves cereal. I know that. And then yeah, you
For
talk
a
about.
little bit, him and Wooly they would do sometimes just a random cereal review.
Oh, okay. See, I can't remember what episode. I think it's a What Happened that cuts to Matt. Just a brief little cutaway of Matt expressing his disappointment at the was it Lucio's whatever the.
Yeah, for Overwatch.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, well, that's weird. What a random cutaway of him just being filmed testing cereal. And it's like, oh, well, that makes sense. I guess he did cereal reviews.
Yeah, him and Wooly, if memory serves, were both really passionate about cereal. And I want to say there was some joke about Pat and Liam not liking cereals as much, and them joking that they have no souls or something like that.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that all fits. But yeah, it was it was Brian who Ray
Good
at that you got to
Lord.
remember at that time he wasn't so like
He got worse with
I
time.
mean
He definitely got worse
at
with
the
time.
end yeah, I mean there have been times where I've told Ted openly. I mean I'll always say and I stand by it. I don't say things behind people's back that I have not already or am perfectly willing at a drop of a hat to say to their face. I have said to Ted on numerous occasions that, wow, you're just a fucking asshole, and I don't really know why I include you in my life, to be quite frank. There's been times that he pushed me that far. But Brian, like, on the other hand, he wasn't an asshole so much as just a pouty, disagreeable dick.
Yeah.
By the end, he just became just a dick. I mean, he quit that forum like 3 times, and every time he'd come back and be like, "Okay, well, I guess I'll try and tolerate this place a little bit more. I'll try
Yeah,
again,
every
even though I
time
hate
it's
it." And
like,
it's like,
I
"Why are
don't
you back
fucking like
here?"
you guys, but I don't know, I
Yes.
came back for some reason.
I don't even remember what his reasons were, but yeah, see, he deleted his account multiple times, at least like 2 or 3 I can think of, and would keep coming back and be like, "Oh, well, yeah," just like you said, like, I don't really know why I'm back, but I guess as long as you don't talk about whatever, this thing that I hate and this thing I hate and this thing I hate, then I guess I'll accept it." And yeah, just like it got to the point to where like he whittled it down to where he would only ever talk in the video game thread, and then he started talking outside of the video game thread, mainly to complain about the fact that no one would respond to him in the video game thread. And
Well, when
whenever anyone
almost
would like,
everything, like, he would post the news in the gaming thread, but beyond that, almost everything he posted about was like, so I played this game where you shoot anime girls and their clothes fall off.
I
And it's like,
remember that game
what
too.
are we
Yeah,
what are we supposed to say to that other than that's weird?
I forgot that he was so like I remember he was so specific in his interests. I forgot that he was so specifically anime in his interests. You're right. I
See,
see the Liam
that's why I
connection
was
now.
saying he's like if Liam was a
Yes.
dick.
I was just thinking that you meant his specific interests. I don't know why it passed right by my head that it was the same specific interests. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't just that he got mad that we weren't responding to what he was saying about and you're right. Like every like other day he just randomly say, "Oh yeah, so I'm playing this and it's crazy." And yeah, anime tits, so there. And like like you said, like he would just drop this random thing talking about this thing that he knew was so weird and obscure that no one else would like it, and then he'd complain that we wouldn't like, I guess like give attention to it. And then he would like, when given the opportunity, then go on to complain at length about everything else we did talk about.
Yeah,
Yeah, like,
yeah.
well,
He
what do you
just
want me
pop
to
into
talk
the
about? The
wrestling
stupid
thread
shit
and
that
just
you
say
guys
like,
like.
yeah, you just pop in the wrestling thread and go like, I don't care. I don't understand how you guys can care about this shit anymore. And it's like, did you have to post that?
Right, like why? And I
How did
think
you
multiple
improve
times.
anyone's day, including your own, by posting that? Did you
I don't know
deprive
why that's
any
funny to me.
joy?
How did you improve your day? That's a good point though. Yeah, he literally would just bitch. He just started bitching about everything. He would bitch, and to an extent, I understood the comic book thing only because there was a while where you
There
guys
was a while
maybe not
where every
like it
discussion
started
got
getting
turned
into
into it.
yes, and it
It
started
was
bleeding
a
out of the comic book thread. That was a problem.
Yeah, that was a period where even I, like, as a super comic book fan, would sometimes, like, I'd be torn between like, okay, these are fun conversations to have as a comic book fan. At the same time, I get what they're getting at here. Like, but I could also understand why Ted was saying, like, well, all kinds of discussions bleed out of the appropriate threads. Why are we mad for the comic book one? And like, that was just a time where there was a lot of exciting stuff happening in the fandom. As
Must
we
have
were talking,
been.
yeah, we were talking about, Endgame just a little bit ago. It was an exciting time, and now it feels absurd to say because a lot of the MCU just isn't very good. But at the time, there was a lot of hype there, and hey, we're having a good time. Yeah, let the good times roll.
Mm.
And yeah, that was kind of effectively the start of tensions that then led to the religious thread split, because the religious thread split was largely the comic book movie split. It was
And
like
I felt bad because go ahead.
it was like you and Joey and Brian were both like, I'm sick of this comic book stuff, and now I'm sick of this religion stuff. Ted and Steve and Iadil and a couple others were like, no, we're very much in favor of the comic book stuff, and we should be able to discuss whatever we want in the religion thread, regardless of it, whether it's offensive to people who are not in the religious thread. And then there was me and Soon, who were both kind of like, well, I was sitting in the middle, like, I see both guys' sides. I prefer to just still be able to talk with both sides. And Soon, who was kind of taking the stance, like, this is just mostly really fucking stupid. I'm going to go back to the 2K forum.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's one thing that's always kind of bothered me because I was largely I don't know if maybe responsible is not the right word. I don't know if anyone's specifically responsible, but I played a large part in the frayed attitudes of people there because simply like I got involved in all of it because I guess part of it was, I'm sure looking back, I'll take it on the chin. Some of it was me probably getting in, overstepping a bit and getting involved probably more than I should have, because I guess I just assumed that, well, it's my place to do so, I guess, wrong or right. But there were other things, like for example, Joey being bisexual. It really bothered me that he was posting less and less, and he openly said, at least to me, if not, I think also on the forum, I'm almost sure he said it openly, that it was because he was feeling really like, why am I still here then? If people are talking about how wrong it is to be gay. Like no one wants to fucking put up with that.
Yeah.
If you're gay, you don't want to be in a forum where people that you thought were your friends are saying, what's wrong with parents who raise gay kids? Why aren't they fixing them? And that was some of the dialogue that was going on there.
I remember and the wild thing was, I remember he started, it was Grimmer saying that, and Grimmer now is very much not religious like at all. Like, he's
Yeah.
openly very cynical of it. And I find, if memory serves, when I looked into the religion thread, what I saw was mostly like, yeah, Grimmer was saying some stuff. Steve's always been just like not exactly sure where the boundaries are, and like he's always been curious, but sometimes he just, sometimes there's a dialogue line in the Walking Dead video game I always really liked where one of the characters said the main character is black, and the secondary protagonist who appears to help you from time to time is a Floridian man named Kenny, who is generally, depending on your choices, but fairly likely to be your closest ally and best friend throughout the game. But at one point, the two of you find a padlock you need to get through, and Kenny says, "Oh, well, Lee, don't you know how to open these?" And Lee, who is a history teacher, says, "No, why would I know how to open this?" And the Floridian just says, "Well, because you're, urban." The main character, Lee, just says, "Man, you are not saying what I think you're saying." And the Floridian dude just says, "Shit, I'm sorry, I'm from Florida. Shit just falls out of my mouth sometimes."
Yeah.
Like, we all love Steve. We know Steve is never hateful by any means, but Steve is the kind of guy that shit just falls out of his mouth sometimes.
Yeah, that was. I believe you, because I didn't remember who said what. I just remember what was said. I
Yeah.
remember, like, I can't even remember, like, I
There
didn't
was some
just
nasty stuff when
willingly.
I looked in, but my
You're
memory
right.
of it is that there were people who were trying to kind of like balance it out, and there were the people who did say stuff have kind of gone back on it. But Ted being Ted, when it became an issue of argument of like, well, then maybe they shouldn't have this thread where they can do this, Ted was naturally taking the stance of like, no, you're not going to. This is not a special privilege. Any of you can do this. Why do? And he wasn't saying why don't you, but he was more or less saying like, I don't see like why we need to be punished here.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of my issue, which is that, like, I am, I'm not in favor of censorship for the most part. It's something that I try and avoid. I usually look down on it. I don't like it. I like free speech, everything else. But everyone's line is different. I guess it's subjective, but it was, some of the speech was becoming outright hostile. It was
Yeah.
becoming what would be termed, if it were, for example, saying things about black people, like, how come parents don't fix them, whatever. It's like, how, that's kind of some hateful shit. And again, like, I was also, maybe it wasn't my place, but I was trying to stand up for my friends, because I love Joey. Joey was one of my favorite people on there, and
We always end up discussing things on these episodes with Ted in such a way that anyone who doesn't know Ted is
he's such a piece of shit.
like, there's somebody that's gonna watch this and go, like, this Ted guy sounds like a domestic fucking terrorist. Why are they hanging out with him?
I mean, Ted's okay. Well, Ted's very religious, obviously. Ted is very. He's not only
And like
very
I
religious,
said,
but
I
very
don't think he was the
outspoken.
one saying that it was fucked up that a gay kid would be accepted as a gay kid.
I, to my
In the
memory, I
non-religious
think
threads,
you're
he has
right.
definitely said something to the effect of, like, I don't care, let them be, it doesn't matter. But at that time, Steve would, like I said, let shit fall out of his mouth sometimes, and Steve had a lot of questions. And, everyone was younger back then. Well, everyone was younger back then, and that is just generally true. Even you and Ted were younger back then.
Well, obviously, yeah. I mean, numerically speaking, yeah, it was like 10 years ago almost.
But, like,
6 to 8 years ago, whatever.
Steve, Grammer, Soon, Joey, Iadil, me, we were all teenagers.
Well,
Hell, Iadil
teenagers,
was,
yeah.
yeah, Iadil was like 12.
Yeah, it's yeah. Idol's the little one out of the group.
The
Like
baby, which the last time we talked to him, he had that super deep voice, and we were all taken aback, like, "Whoa, what the fuck?"
yeah, I remember that. I definitely remember that. Like you are correct in that it wasn't Ted who was saying, why can, and it wasn't, to my memory it was not a rhetorical question either. It was like, in so many words, like how can parents live with themselves allowing their kids to be fucked up in this way that is, homosexual. Like it's, yeah, I've said this a million times. I'll continue to say it. People can have whatever beliefs they want. I got in a fight with somebody on the forum who quit talking to me because I defended Ted's general outlook that, hey, if he thinks that gay is a sin or whatever, he has every right to think that. Who am I to say he's wrong? It's not my place to impose my moral beliefs on him because I'm not him. I didn't live his
And
life. I don't have his
it's one
experiences.
among many sins, all of which are committed by people every day. And I think he'd be one of the first to say, like, yeah, I think Ted himself would say, I think he has said before, like, yeah, I'm fat, which qualifies for gluttony, which is one of the big seven. So
Right. Yeah, and in that way, I do, support him. It was the issue again. It was the combination of, like, I didn't just choose to look in that thread for the hell of it because I have no interest in, I'm not religious myself. I'm agnostic. I have no real reason to pursue, a religion thread. Somebody said something. I can't remember what it was. Can't remember if it was public. Can't remember if it was DM because I eventually did get a couple of those from a couple of people who were like, man, this is getting really uncomfortable. I don't like what this place is turning into. This is gross what they're saying over in that thread. And I think that was probably what it was that made me look. And yeah, it was comments like that where somebody did, as you said, I guess it must have been Grammar. I don't remember. I'll take your word for it. They just openly said,
which
like,
I again need to say, since this is being recorded for Grimmer's sake, that Grimmer does not say this stuff anymore. Grimmer is a very different person now than he was then.
well, and to be fair, I guess kind of where I'm going, I should kind of hurry up to the point, which is that, even if he were to still hypothetically believe those things, I mean, I don't know, fine, whatever, that's subjective. It's his right. I'll put it this way: it's anyone's right to still think that, whether
Well,
somebody else might
it's
think it's
not
wrong or
illegal
not.
unless he's actually going out of his way to harm these people.
Well, that's just it. Like, I feel
Though
that
there
people
are
should be able to
different
think whatever they
concerns
want.
of
They should
like
be able to.
morals and ethics, but
I feel that they should be able to think whatever they want, and in a lot of cases, in most cases, say whatever they want. However, when it's in a public place where other people are like, not really, being treated with the same level of respect because they themselves are being targeted by some of these comments, it's like, this is, for example, if I were to go on there, I'll say the black thing again. Like if, for example, the somebody isn't, I can't remember, one of the is not, who's black, Sir Boy, not Sir Boy.
Sir Boy was black, yes.
Then was it Sir Boy? Okay, yeah. Let's just say, for example, that I was on there saying, just whatever, the white pride thread. I'm not necessarily openly saying that, whatever, black people are evil or whatever, but let's just say in the white thread, talking about how cool it is to be white, and hey, let's explore this topic. Why should we not be ashamed, or why should we not
Let's
be proud of being
explore
who we are?
whiteness.
Yeah, well, I mean, because that's essentially what the religious thread was. Let's explore religion. Fine, fair enough, whatever. On its own, it's not necessarily a bad thing. But now let's say that in the white thread, I also say, well, hey, since we're on the subject, what about the people that aren't white? Well, why are they the way they are? Like, why don't people make them not be the way they are? It's why aren't people ashamed that they're that way? It's like, that's kind of a fucked up thing to say openly on a forum where there are, for example, at least one or two black people that can, see that shit. I don't, at that point,
At
think
that
that
point,
the
there would
answer
have
should
been
be,
five, I think.
would there have been five? Yeah, because obviously Joey. Who else did you
Raven,
say?
Seto, Joey, Sir Boy, Iadil.
Oh, Idol. That's right. That's right. Idol. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't remember him. Yeah, and it's like, to me, the answer at that point is not simply, oh, well, they just don't have to look in the thread. No, it's like, it's, it shouldn't be being said. When the views become openly hostile to uh, life, identities, whatever you want to say, that encompass some of the other people that are members of this forum, you shouldn't be saying shit like that. I mean, it's not a matter of just, oh, well, you shouldn't be able to say this because we don't like it. No, it's openly hateful towards people that are on this forum.
Yeah.
I think that's fucked up. And obviously, Ted at that time, whatever, had his he looked at it from the perspective of I'm being silenced because they don't agree with what I'm saying. It's like, well, I guess in a way, if you limit it down to the bare basics, yeah, that's kind of what's going on. But I didn't look at it that way. I looked at it more as like it's kind of uncomfortable to a lot of people here, and it's causing a lot of people to be upset, and it's causing friction and arguments and increased discomfort, hostility, whatever, anxiety. And that doesn't need to be the case, because if you have these views that are causing these problems with people, or they're if you have these views that are
Can I'm sorry to
go
interject.
ahead.
Can I pause the recording and my folks have woken up in the middle of the night and are asking me to walk their dog for them.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. Do what you got to do.
Yeah, sorry to break this
No,
up, but
it's fine. It's fine. It's probably getting too deep into this conversation anyway.
I have
But
unpaused
anyway,
my recording. There we go.
oh, that was fast.
Yeah, I just had
Yeah,
to do the had to walk the dog real quick.
that was a very fast walk.
Yes, it was. That
Yeah.
dog, that little dog. Sometimes when you walk him, he's starting to learn to ask for a walk in the middle of the night, and they'll start waking people up in the middle of the night. But
Oh.
it helps my parents get a longer sleep, which they certainly could use. And
Yeah, understandable.
it's funny every time because I am like we're doing it largely because I am awake at the right time to walk the dog in the middle of the night. But it's funny every time because this little dog, who is ordinarily very enthusiastic and very playful and very energetic, but when he has these middle of the night walks, I open the door to their bedroom and he just kind of groggily walks out like, yeah, okay. He just and he'll kind of like just kind of not sleepwalk, but like a human would when they first wake up in the morning. He kind of just slowly walks over to the back door and he's like, yeah, okay, throw the leash on me. He'll just like almost like a fucking drunk just stumble out into the backyard.
That's what I
The
was
very
thinking. Yeah.
the very first thing he sees, he just goes over, hikes his leg on, and he just slowly walks back to the door like, okay, let me back in. And as soon as we get back in, he never looks for anything else in the house. He immediately just goes straight back to the bedroom door like, just let me in. Let me finish fucking sleeping.
I wonder. Obviously, dogs don't have the same rationalization skills and stuff like that. But I mean, I can't help but just like wonder from a human's point of view, like how irritating it must be to be woken up and like put in a
All
collar or
right,
whatever,
go pee.
and then forced to go urinate. It's like, if you gotta go, I'm sure that's a good thing. It probably feels very good to get it done with. But like at the same time, it's like I don't know. Like imagine you yourself, Alex, like sitting in bed and maybe you need to piss, maybe you don't, but you're asleep. You don't know. And like your sister comes walking in, she's like, Alex, she's just like you have no choice. She just like rolls you out of bed, stands you up, like puts on, I don't know, like a jacket or something, and then like pulls you by the jacket string, like, okay, come on out. We're going out to a radically different temperature, and you have to go out here now and piss. Like wake up, go piss, and now go back in and like go back to bed if you can. Fall back asleep. It's like that would
Yeah.
what an intrusion. Like like not even just like manners wise, but like just like what an intrusion into the routine to just be like told, okay, like now you are no longer comfortable in bed. You now have to get up. You now have to go walking somewhere, drunk as you are, tipsy as you are, go walking somewhere. It's probably going to be cold or hot or whatever. It's going to be a change in temperature. You're not going to want to do it, but now go do it anyway. And by the way, you're not going back in until you piss.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now you've pissed. Okay, good. Now undo everything, take off the jacket, whatever. Now get back in bed. Like just it's like almost like boot camp or something,
Yeah.
Like like okay, get up and you're doing this now. I don't care if you like it or not. Very yeah, like I said, just very intrusive. But just to wrap up really quickly, I was just to wrap up for you as well, to end my part of the conversation. You can continue if you want. It's up to you because I did most of the talking. But yeah, basically just saying that in summary, I think people should be able to be free to have any opinions they have, any beliefs they have. I don't think it's anyone else's right to determine how people should feel about anything.
No one here is in favor of right think or whatever it was that Orwell
Right.
presented.
Absolutely not. Yeah, no, yeah. Like no one's about trying to control what other people think, or even I don't know how it came across at the time, or even what other people should say. I just felt at that time the nature, the level of aggression towards general identities, in some cases unshakable identities of some of the people who were in fact even on the forum. It wasn't directed at them, and probably didn't even think of them when they were saying some of those things. Nonetheless, some of that stuff was getting pretty hostile against some of the lifestyles or again identities of some of the very people that were there on the forum, making them obviously feel very unwelcome. And that, I think, when that starts happening, it becomes a problem. Maybe, you know you should be able to still think how you want and say what you want, but maybe if it's going to be like divisive and causing problems for other people, maybe you should just maybe not be public with those comments. Have them, share them, but don't do it so openly to where other people are going to get upset by it. And again, that becomes a level of, okay, well, now you're just censoring what I can and can't say. And I guess, like, to a degree it kind of is, but it's like, it's not really so much about censorship as just trying to help, foster a level of, respect
Community.
and comfort for everybody. Yeah, I mean, like, we're all, I mean, like the argument at the time, again, the counter argument was, well, if they don't like it, they don't have to look at the thread. And it's like, well, at the same time, yeah, if you feel like you can't, like, have these conversations
When
without
it
slamming
became
who these people
when it
are.
became public knowledge that there's a distinct possibility that that was becoming the talk behind the gays' backs thread, then I think that instantly made it no longer the whatever, let that thread exist thing. Like, it was in that awkward stage where we weren't sure whether or not there was still a public group that anyone would be joining versus just being a circle of friends. Where I think Ted would have had the stance of, like, well, I mean, there's of course there's going to be plenty of people here I don't get along with, and they don't have to care what I'm saying here. Whereas now there's more of an expectation of, like, this is a circle of friends, and if you dick around with any one of us, you're dicking around with all of us. Which Ted himself has said. Ted himself has explicitly said, like, at the end of the, what Ted had said at one point was, like, I think G-Man's kind of a dumbass, but if Rocky ever says anything to him, I'm going to say we fuck
Yeah,
with
I'm gonna
Rocky.
go right. Yeah.
And if Rocky hung out with us more and was just generally less of an asshole to be around, then Rocky would probably earn a similar place where it's like, well, at the end of the day, he can be annoying sometimes, but he's a brother, right?
Yeah.
But at that time, and that was a different Ted, too. Ted's calm, chilled out in a lot of ways, and I think Ted's looked in the mirror in a lot of ways since then as well. I mean, he's openly admitted that what you said to him around that time did affect him very deeply.
About that issue.
Well, you kind of unleashed on him on a variety of issues, but yes, that was one of them.
That's why I'm unsure. Yeah, because there's a couple times. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, there were a couple times I kind of unleashed on him about a few different things.
I think what it was at some point it came up, like, what forum posts actually bothered us, and Ted said, like, there was probably only 4 times anyone ever said anything that actually got to him. And I asked, like, well, did Mike ever get to you with that one time that he really unleashed on you? Ted's response was, yes, because nobody likes to hear when there's accurate criticism being told to them.
I think I remember you telling me that before, and I do believe you. But unless I phrased it incorrectly or we misunderstood each other or whatever, I remember there was one time I brought up to him, like in a friendly way, in a positive way. I was like, oh, hey, like, I heard. I think I didn't even specify who said it. I might not even have remembered who said it, but I told him at one point that, yeah, somebody said that you kind of, were thoughtful or whatever, like you kind of whatever were like, humbled by something I said, and whatever. Like, I remember telling him, like, oh, it's nice that that you reflected in such a way. I'm glad that I was able to have that effect, or however how I phrased it. And my memory that he was like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. So
Well,
I
his
don't.
memory ain't too great neither. There are all kinds of
Yeah.
times where I've referenced past conversations with him, and he goes, I don't remember talking about that with you.
The age that he and I are, that's bound to happen, I guess.
And besides, Ted, he's not one to put over the mushy stuff if he's feeling in a comedic mood.
Yeah, that's also true. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that whole thing was. I mean, I wasn't there for the beginning of it, like that thread, because again, I didn't sit there reading it. I just popped in again when somebody brought it to my attention or whatever, and I was like, holy shit! I'm like, wow, this is kind of gross, actually.
Yeah.
It's wow.
Yeah, that was the general
Um,
feel. Like, I would not, like, I was bothered by what some of the stuff I read in passing, but more than anything, I was more bothered by, like, parts of this feel like a talk behind the other's back thread. And I was
Yeah.
just kind of like, guys, we've known each other for several years now. If you've got a fucking issue, I think you can bring it up.
I don't. I was
Which is
saying this when you
comical
were.
now, because at that time I'd only been a member of the group for like 2 or 3 years at that point.
That's still a while though. That's still a good
Yeah,
while.
but comparative to how long I've been around with these old fucks by now.
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. I don't know. I didn't get the impression, and again, I stress that I didn't read the whole. I didn't read anywhere near the
And
whole thread. I
I
read
don't
like
think
a page
Ted
or
necessarily
two.
would be using it as a talk behind other people's backs thread, because
Well,
when
that's
have
what I was
any of
just gonna
us ever known
say.
him to not be candid? But
Yeah, no. Like I was just about to say that's where I was going myself, which is that I don't. I myself, I didn't read the whole thread, so I don't know. But what I did see, I didn't get the impression. Uh, Surprising as some of the comments were, that anyone, I didn't get the impression that anyone was intentionally. Or even consciously referring to anyone on the forum. I felt,
yeah,
and I could be wrong. I don't know. I felt that it was a generalized disgust for. I'll just come right out and say it
they
for
were.
gay people.
Yeah, it was something had come up. Steve, my memory is correct. Steve brought up some instance of he heard some story on the news or whatever of parents of a gay kid or whatever, and he was kind of questioning, like, well, how is that from a Christian perspective to be a parent to someone who's expecting to live an open lifestyle of being explicitly a sinner? And that, I
And
think,
right
is what
there, see,
started the
that I think is
discussion.
perfectly fair. Like I think that's a non-hateful. I think that's like somebody seeking knowledge in a non-hateful way.
Yeah,
That I think is perfectly fine. But yeah, like again, when I saw it, it was literally like I can't remember the exact phrasing, but it was literally right along the lines of how can parents live with themselves when they have a gay kid? Like what's wrong with them? Why aren't they raising their kid right? And it's like that's again, that's gross. That's just a gross. I don't care if you gay,
it
straight,
was a
whatever. That's just a gross
comparison.
thing to say.
It was a comparison. That was the thing. They didn't
Was
directly.
it?
I remember now. It was like, it wasn't like that any of them directly said that they should be disgusted with themselves for having a gay kid. It was a comparison made by Grimmer, I think. Because I was like thinking, like, that's even for Grimmer, that was harsh. It was a comparison made of, like, well, parents live with themselves for this and that. I
Oh,
remember it
you're
being a really,
right.
it was a really, like, they didn't say that the parents should be ashamed of themselves for having a gay kid, but it was a really gross comparison
Yes.
was made that
Yes.
was like, what's that supposed to mean, kind of thing, right?
Yeah. I remember that now. You're right.
Because
Yeah. It
I
wasn't
was
just an
thinking, like, well, son of
open-ended.
a bitch, I used to be a lot more sensitive 10 years ago. I think I would have raised a bigger stink if that had been directly said. What was I?
Yeah, I forgot that element of it. And and I'm not trying to drag anybody else back into it, especially if they're not here to defend themselves. But I remember even like Soon was in
Ted may
there,
see
and
this video in, like, I don't know, 2 months.
I mean, and if he hears this, I mean, I hope he understands that I don't still harbor any ill will towards him now, and I hate that things went the
I
way they
think he
did. I mean, that was
understands
a
that it's water
bad
under the
time.
bridge.
I mean, yeah, because it probably doesn't sound like it is, because here I am saying that it's gross, but I mean, I stand by that. What was said by a couple people in a couple of instances was gross. I thought it was very,
And
very
when you know, like,
misguidedly hateful stuff. Maybe not on purpose,
if
but it was like
anyone
this
does
guy's
stumble onto this video that does not know us, and it's just like, well, what the fuck? You should have kicked him to the curb right then and there. Like,
no, it's
no. For one thing, yeah, just outright no. But second of all, like, this is not just casual dipshit on gaming forum that we barely know each other, but hey, he's funny. Like, no, our group has been like
this is people we
family
were talking to on a daily basis for years.
for years. Like, many
Yeah,
of the members of our group, like, we were effectively like family. Many of the members of our group literally grew up as a member of this community. Like, at the
right.
end of the day, you can sit on your high horse and you can say, oh, you should have cast him to the curb right then. You aren't being a good ally, pal. I don't know why it's Vince is criticizing us for being homophobic here, but he is.
I was gonna say,
And not only is it Vince, we're getting criticized by here, but I didn't even do the Goblin voice, so evidently it's like 90s Vince, but whatever.
oh yeah,
We're talking old WrestleMania Vince, but what a maneuver! But
yeah.
like, if you can't sit there on your high horse and say, like, you haven't had an uncle who you loved, but he said, like, some crazy offensive shit, and you're like, Well, that was weird and questionable, but I'll assume that either he doesn't mean it or I'm misinterpreting it, or like, well, he does explain himself as like that isn't what you're reading it as, and you trust that he's right. And if somebody else who doesn't know your crazy uncle hears that, then they're gonna go like, "Oh, what an awful human being! Throw him, lock him up."
Yeah.
But like, if you know him, then you know he's not like that.
Yeah, as much as I've been saying again that I didn't like some of the stuff that was being said, again, I wanted to make sure, and I haven't been as explicit about repeating this, that I do feel that the people who were saying these things, I do feel that they weren't saying them intentionally towards any of the other people on the forum. I think my guess, I wouldn't know, but my assumption is that when they were saying how come this, how come that, why is this tolerated, whatever, I don't think that they probably were even consciously thinking, like in their mind, oh yeah, this guy, for example, how come
They
he's
were
the way he is?
teenagers.
Well, yeah, they were just they weren't thinking, or at least they were, or again, in the
They were
example you gave, it was
teenagers
just somebody
confused
trying to
about life
find
and
out.
not thinking about
Right.
whatever the consequences were and whoever might happen to see this stuff they're putting on the internet.
Right. Yeah. And Ted, for example, not poo-pooing it, but in fact, kind of. I don't want to say encouraging. I don't want to put the blame on him. But he obviously he was there. He was part of it. But whatever. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to place blame. I'm just trying to say that even somebody who was older and in a and this I'll admit this kind of bothered me a little bit as well. Ted was kind of like not for any evil, but Ted was obviously naturally using his position as a voice of authority to help educate these people as to what he feels was right or wrong, which is fine. Again, I don't have any problem with that. And again, I'm not even saying that Ted has the views that gays are evil. As far as I know, he doesn't feel that way. But even if he did, that's perfectly fine. I don't. Again, it's
God
not my place to say.
damn it, fucking creeper.
You all right? Are you alive?
Yeah, but he broke some of my shit.
Naturally. I was going to offer that we could sleep, but it's probably too late for that now.
I'm way up the mountain, yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I was just going to say that regardless of whatever attitude Ted himself might have on this, he was in the position to, if he had felt that it was the right thing to do, he could have said, "Okay, guys, we'll kind of back it up. It's not really like that or whatever." He may or may not have. I don't know. It's just that when I saw the page that I saw, he was like right there with it. Like well, like I'm not saying that he was like rooting for it, like yeah, gay people are bad or whatever, but he was like not really like dispelling it either.
Well,
He was
we
kind of like
know
just
who Ted is, and we know that Ted sometimes just takes a stand because it's either because it's like, well, it's the right thing to do, or because just simply, well, I can't take a stand in the Washington myself, but I can take a stand here.
well, and that's also kind of where I'm going with this, which is that regardless of whatever, because I wasn't there to see the whole thing, so I don't know. Regardless of whatever Ted might or might not have said, I want to make it clear, as you said, if he sees this or if anybody else sees this and thinks he's an asshole or whatever,
Well, he
was
is an
he was
asshole, and he's proud about
he's
that, but
very capable of being an asshole. Yes,
he would be
I guess I
very
am
upset
too.
if we
I'm not
did.
as proud of it. He'd be
There,
upset if we didn't mention that. Is that what you said?
I think I mentioned this before, but one of the videos I've uploaded on this very channel, he watched, and at one point we're talking about him, and he highlights it and just simply says, "You assholes," and I say to him, "Don't act like you'd be happy if we were saying you were a very cool, nice guy," and his response is like, "Yeah."
Yeah, yeah. Ted's who he is, and Ted. It's worth noting that again, Ted was, Ted's, as I've said before, he's a very religious. To me, the term is religious. I don't know. He scoffed at that before. I don't know if the term is spiritual, theologian, theologic, what is the term for that?
Uh,
Theologic, theologus. What is the? I don't know what the term is.
a theologist is someone who studies religion.
Right. So what is if you look at the term theology and you say, "No, I'm not religious. I am thea what? What would be that usage of the term? How what would be the suffix or not the suffix, but the what's that?
Knowing Ted has in the past referred to atheism as a religion, and what he means by that is that you can very dedicatedly believe in atheism and be a fucking warrior for it. So I imagine knowing Ted, what he means is religion does not imply faith to God so much as it believes ardent belief in a certain philosophy or set of rules, whereas Ted would probably be more inclined to say like a term that specifically means like faith to God, subservience to God, recognition that all that is good comes from God, all that is bad comes from man, and so on and so forth.
That makes sense. Okay, that actually makes perfect sense. I never really asked him to clarify. I didn't. I was just like, oh, okay. I never really thought about the difference between the words, but that actually makes perfect sense. For lack of the whatever he might say is the more accurate term, I'll just say spiritual. Then Ted is a very spiritual, very faithful person, and because of that, obviously, as we all know, part of spirituality, Christian spirituality, regarding homosexuality, that's kind of a sticky issue,
Yeah,
and so
even
I'm not
within
even going to
amongst
say.
Christians.
Right, yeah, it's apparently still very divisive to this day. And for that reason and many others, again, I won't even say that necessarily what he was saying was wrong. I'm not gonna say that. Again, whatever he may or may have said, not only is his right to say or to feel or to think, whatever. It's just that when the language becomes as confrontational as it was at that particular time, I just felt that it was very unhealthy for the forum. Not only just the forum's general feeling of, I guess, peace and respectful coexistence, but also simply for the fact that again there were people there that were directly or not like specified among the group that were being questioned as sick people. And that's it did not lend itself very well to a positive flow, I guess, which I don't know. I mean, even now, Ted would probably say, "Well, who cares? It can't always be positive." And again, it's he's not wrong about that. But it's like I don't know. I said this before when you were taking the dog for a walk. It's like in order to stop something from being total anarchy, there's got to be a line drawn somewhere. And I don't know. I just felt that was probably a line that was really starting to get kind of crossed.
Oh, he's
In
an
my opinion, I
anarchist now,
guess.
by the way.
Uh,
I
how
don't think he's throwing
so? Like
Molotovs in any. I don't think he's throwing Molotovs in windows, but
he always kind of was, though, wasn't he?
yeah,
Maybe
he always
not.
had the few lines that he said like, "Yeah, no, anarchism is stupid." So I agree with the idea that governments are evil and all this and that and another, but I don't. I still won't go for anarchism because this, that, and another. It's impractical. By now, he just openly says like, "Yeah, it's still impractical," but at this point, I just hate governments enough that I'm willing to say, "Yeah, I'd take the impracticalities."
Yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily disagree with that. I don't know, but then we're getting into a whole political issue, which not that we haven't already been political, myself in particular, for the last like 2 hours. But yeah, that's getting into a realm that that's a whole new deep hole, no pun intended. And I feel like I was gonna ask you something before you went to take the dog out. I thought for sure I was going to ask you something. I don't know if it had to do about Brian or what. There's something a while ago I was going to say something about. Now I can't remember what it is. So never mind.
Uh,
I'm back
shit.
to needing coal, by the way. But yeah, whatever.
Oh boy.
There's a giant fucking hill here. There's a hill. I don't know if this is a hill or a small mountain or whatever. But I need some fucking coal
Well, that'd probably be
because
the
I
place to
need to.
find it, brother.
Yeah, but I mean, again, I'm not seeing coal sticking out of the walls anymore. Anywhere. They completely cut back on that. Yeah, I'm looking at a big old chunk. I see some more fucking copper. Although here's some cobblestone. I need some of that.
Fucking snowballs filling up the inventory.
Where are you by snow?
My house, I'm trying to build watchtowers on the hills.
Oh, right. You're still at your house. Shit. Well, I guess I've been in my village this whole time, so fair enough. I'm wondering, whatever potential audience we have right now, I wonder, are they completely just relieved that we're now talking back about
Yeah, I get
starting to kind of
like
talk about the game again?
even the ones that like are not like super opinionated on this would probably still be like, well, I don't care about the drama surrounding this guy that we don't fucking know. This fucking Ted guy that they keep bringing
This
up.
asshole that he sounds like a horrible person, but they keep talking about him like they like being around him. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
there's either the people who are like, this Ted guy sounds like the fucking worst, or alternatively there are people like, I don't care about this Ted person.
Probably more of the latter, actually. I think a lot. I mean, this is this goes back to the whole thing about me and my my serial killer transcript video. There'd be YouTubers out there who are like, you have to do this, you have to do that, make sure you monetize it this way, make sure you brand it this way, get your name out this way, blah blah blah. It's like I don't fucking care. You know why? Because I mostly made that for me. I did it, because I enjoyed doing it, like you said earlier, and it's like, yeah, I love the praise it got, no doubt.
I
Very
did it
happy
for
about
me.
that. But
I did it because I was
yeah,
good at it.
yeah, it made me feel alive, right? And so now it's like this. It's like, okay, well, why are you doing these? Why are you even uploading this shit when all you guys talk about is your own personal friends? Like, no one knows or cares about those people.
I
It's
will
like,
say in
well,
fairness for the YouTube for the LPers that you and I are both fond of, Achievement Hunter and Super Best Friends, it wound up becoming more or less running gags. The friends they would make reference to who never appeared.
did they ever talk anywhere near as much about these people though, like you and I
Yeah,
do?
Wooly and Matt
Really?
and Pat
Like for
would
like an
just
hour or
laugh
so at a
on about.
time?
Yeah, they Super Best Friends would talk endlessly about James Smalls, the Dork Girls, Billy, which of course Billy came on screen much later, but similarly,
Hmm.
Achievement Hunter, like, it's hard to find some videos at certain times where they don't bring up Andrew Panton, who also, when Achievement Hunter split and Jeff and Gavin made their own channel, they wound up involving Andrew Panton finally, but nonetheless, that's the two channels that you and I both mutually enjoy for LPs also have a dude they bring up constantly in their videos, or several in the case of the Super Best Friends.
Okay. Well, see, how I feel basically is that I don't. I'm not of the mental. Excuse me.
What we're doing here is we're building a
I'm.
mythology.
Yeah, that's the excuse, right? We're building a very deep mythology. It's going to be so cool when it's all complete. 10 years from now, you'll know
When
all these
Ted
different
appears mid
characters.
video to save us in our darkest hour, and the
I
fans,
know that guy.
the commenters will point, it's him, the
Yeah,
prophesied one.
maybe. I'm just thinking like, okay, as many people as want to watch this and wind up enjoying it, the better. Good, cool. I hope people enjoy it. I hope people watch it. I hope people have fun and whatever, But again, there's the people that are out there saying, okay, how do I monetize this? I want to make sure I do everything right to broaden my audience and brand. I don't give a fuck. I'm doing this because I have fun. If my friends watch it, I'm happy. If not, I
Yeah,
have a record for myself to look back on in 10 years. But, if other people watch it, that's gravy. And if you don't like it, I am sorry. I don't want anyone to walk away disgusted with this content. But like I hate to say it, but it's like it's kind of for me,
yeah,
I know
yeah.
I'm
It's
not for everybody. I'll put it that way.
and like I know for my Total War videos that I release, there's one dude who always tunes in for my Total War stuff, and if he happens to see this, hey, shout out to you, pal. But boy, he has had to sit through a lot of non-Total War shit. Sorry, man. But
Yeah. At this point, are you kidding? Shit.
for the stuff that isn't Total War, for the stuff that's us playing games together as a group, like the two constant viewers I'm aware of are Ted and Derek, who are members of our group. And as a matter of fact, Ted, of course, is the person we're talking about right now, which I have to imagine how bizarre that is to listen to a recording of somebody else talking about you. But also, like Derek, who is also, of that same generation and was also one of the more vocally religious fellows in our group. So really, what we're going to end up here is instead of with the opposite of the reaction we're expecting, where it's going to be like, this fucking Ted piece of shit, what we're going to get instead is, hey, motherfuckers, we
Yeah.
don't, we don't hate the fucking gays. What the fuck do you think we're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's
Or alternatively,
also.
Ted's going to come back and be like, no, you must understand, I despise the gays. Flamingly, I am currently building an IED.
Jesus. That'd be quite the admission.
He's gonna kick my ass when he hears me say that.
Yeah, I mean that's I don't know how to take that. Should we add a disclaimer that we don't believe
No,
that our friends are currently or ever were members of a
domestic
terrorist
terrorist.
organization? Yeah, or expressed any overt or implicit desire to harm innocents or anyone for that matter.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. It's. I don't know. I don't know who is going to hear this, but whatever. Yeah, I love Ted. I always have, but there have just been times that I just couldn't fucking stand him. And the chances are a lot of people thought that way about me and just never said it
like
to me. I
any
don't know.
meaningful relationship.
Honestly, yeah. Is there a bet? I
Like, we
have
don't
been
bring it up, but there are times where I got really fucking pissed at you for things you
with
said.
me. Yep,
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, I definitely remember that. And I remember feeling bad because it's like, oh, I like that guy. I don't want him mad at me. What did I do?
Yeah,
You
and
know, I mean,
what goes around comes around. Some of these things, it's just crazy.
yeah. Yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Everyone's gonna piss you off at some point or another, and yeah, there were. I can think of at least two or three situations where you were. I remember the one that did it. At least one of the ones that did it. I remember when they were doing one of their, which now seems, in hindsight, must have been very politicized because I never heard about it after the fact, and every now and then it pops up and then it disappears just as fast. The whole the Mexicans are at our border thing. Remember
Oh
that?
yeah. When
That
I
one,
thought you were
yeah.
saying that they should.
They should all just be slaughtered. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That was
because
kind of funny.
it was the right, because I only got in at the ass end of a conversation you and Soon were having about something like on
Yeah.
the news there was supposed to be something of like there's a caravan of Mexicans
Yes.
trying to ram down the border gate. And like I
Yes.
missed out on
Specifically,
that
yes.
part of the conversation, so I only came in at the end where you were saying like, well shit, if they're trying to get in so hard, if they're trying to fucking overrun us like that, like we need
Shoot
to
'em.
use force. Because
Yeah.
they're like, because the scenario we're discussing was an actual assault on the federal government.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. An actual physical, unbridled assault. Yeah. Yeah.
So in which
I
case,
can't
what you were
remember.
suggesting was just self-defense. But I missed the
Yeah.
open. I came in at the very end, so I just saw you saying we need to shoot the Mexicans at the border, and I was like, what the fuck?
You were so pissed at me. I remember that. And in my mind, I was like, well, I don't know what I'm saying, Ron. I'm standing by it. Fuck it. If they're going to do that, kill them.
Yeah,
You know what
that's what
else?
I was
Yeah.
like,
And you're just,
how can you be so indignant?
yeah, you said something like, "How can you possibly voice, the murder of innocent people?" And I was just like, "Well, if
Yeah, now it
they're
makes
doing
sense
that,
why
they're
your response
innocent."
was like, innocent?
Right? Yes. And I remember the time you were really, really pissed. I can't remember who told. I think it was Soon who mentioned, yeah, like Alex he's really doesn't want to talk to you for a while. I'm like, what did I do? And that's when I found out that yeah, you were
Well, we
upset
didn't
about that.
find
Which
out
again,
the
in
source of the
hindsight,
misunderstanding until fucking years later.
was it years? Are you sure? Did
It
it
was
take
only
that
like
long?
a year or two ago that we figured out mid-recording that you and Cindy were
No.
talking about the fucking convoy thing, and you mentioned that I got mad at you, and I was like connecting the dots in my head, like I got mad at you for a convoy. What is he talking? Oh my god!
I don't remember it taking that long for us to figure it out. If I recall correctly, I found out that you were pissed, and I wrote to you like, "Well, man, I didn't mean to offend you. What if I said something hurtful? Let me know, because that's my thing. I'm like, well, hey, I'm prone to upsetting people. I never go out of my way to do it unless somebody's being a dick to me. So if I upset somebody, especially if it's somebody I consider a friend, I want to find out what went wrong and try and fix it.
Yeah,
And
at
I
the time,
thought
I
that
think I eventually just wore you down to apologizing about it. When at the time, I think you and I had already forgotten both what had been said to begin with.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. God, I don't know how that got wrapped up. But you are remember it correctly. Yeah, my attitude was, like I was indignant. It was like, well, what the fuck? If they're trying, like, to me, it was akin to like if like a whatever, like a, I don't know, like a guy from down the
A
block who I've
terrorist
never met
attack.
starts breaking. Yeah, like if somebody comes breaking down my door, of course I'm going to use force to get them off. Like, what the? I'm not just going to stand there and take it. What the fuck? Yeah, and I remember you were saying something like you really advocate for just harming these poor people. And I'm like, they're breaking down the door. They're
Yeah,
trying to
like
get in the gate by force. What am
the
I going
more
to do? Just
incredible
sit
thing
there?
is that nobody else stepped in.
I
That nobody
don't
stepped in and said like
remember
either.
anyone stepping in. No.
Yeah, nobody either stepped in and said, "Alex, you missed the opening of this conversation. You don't understand what he's talking about." Or alternatively, no one stepped in and misunderstood from my position and would have also gone like, "Hey, Mike, what the fuck?"
Yeah, it was never. Yeah, I don't remember it ever getting fixed. I mean, again, I thought that you and I had some kind of
And
dialogue, but I
Soon
guess
didn't fix it. He was talking with both of us.
I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was. Somebody else was there. It wasn't just the two of us. There was somebody else in that group. At least one or two people, I think, had that same conversation with us. So I don't know what they were thinking.
I hope to God that there's no way we can find out now. That is like gone conversation. That has ceased to exist.
Yeah, sadly.
But like, I hope to God it was clown, right? Because that at least I could make
oddly,
sense how that happened.
I actually don't think it was though. You
No,
think it would
because
be
clown
based
didn't
on
talk
what we
about
know
that
now.
stuff. But like
I guess
that
no,
one,
he never did he?
no, but like that'd be easier to figure out if it was Clown, because like, well, yeah, Clown liked a good fight and would step out of the way and let a misunderstanding happen. But like, otherwise, like, I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I don't either.
How did no one else step up to clear it up?
Maybe it was Clown. Yeah, because looking back, I don't know why it would have just been like, oh yeah, hey guys, oh well, I'll step out of this and let it go. They'll work it
Yeah,
out.
yeah, no one
Yeah,
else really has the pattern of behavior where they're just like, well, this is clearly a horrific misunderstanding, but I'm just gonna let it rock.
You're right. Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. Because,
Yeah,
folks, if we haven't talked about Clown before, he was the member of our
the
I don't want to say the
leader,
leader
the
of our troop.
admin.
Well, he wasn't though.
He
Right?
wasn't
Yeah,
the
he was the
leader. That's
admin.
right. He wasn't the
No,
leader.
I don't think anyone considered him that. I think he himself, to his credit, would have said at the time that he also didn't consider himself a leader. He picked up the
I mean,
ball when somebody.
even at the time, I think it was more or less the opinion of like, seems like from the outside that Goku does most of the admin work.
I th- I think he said that at the time too. Clown, that is. I don't quite recall. I don't. My obviously my memories on this stuff are not nearly as good on some of the stuff that I wasn't. What
I
happened
nearly fell to my death there. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Flee
trying
here.
hard not to die myself. I got completely fucked up with what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Um,
I always considered it noteworthy. Not only that there was so much stuff that obviously like had been Goku's work, or Clown just explicitly said it was Goku's work, but like
right.
when we started putting together this Discord group, I brought up like, yeah, should we ring up Derek and Goku and Gramps because they've been admins on the past several forums? Shouldn't we make the same offer to them? And we did wind up sending each of them, like, hey, do you want to be an admin for our Discord? And Derek accepted it, very casually. And Gramps and Goku both pretty well went like, yeah, no, I'm hanging up the boots.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, Jesus, what a I knew that was coming. All right, I have no fucking idea where I died. None, no clue. And I lost some pretty good stuff, including a couple cats that I went out of my fucking way to take home.
I wish I could help. At the very least, I can do this. There we go. So now we know where we are, at least.
Yeah, God, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm gonna have to do some running.
Well, what I can do is I can spawn some cats in.
Nah, it's all right. I want to find. I mean, because again, I lost everything that was on my character as well. Not that I had loads of stuff, but I had enough that I didn't want to lose. I don't know how I keep getting so fucking lost so easily. I have a giant, like that village is just, you can see it from space. It's so lit up. But apparently I couldn't, in a straight line, couldn't fucking find it. So yeah, I don't know, when it's daytime, which it almost is, I'll probably be able to figure out. Oh, baby. Oh, that's right. I haven't seen foxes in a while.
What was it? We needed to try to tame them with chicken. That's right.
Yeah. Chicken meat.
Yeah, I'll give that a shot at some point soon. Fuck you!
The desert island? Yeah, fuck.
Wait, I have a bow. Why am I trying to beat these guys up? I'm dumb.
Yeah, idiot.
I am stupid.
It happens.
Boy, you can fire arrows from the bow a lot faster, I guess, to exchange for the fact that you can't carry a shield as well. And you don't get that quick fire.
I guess that makes sense.
The crossbow's a slow reload to make up the fact that you can fire instantly and use the shield.
It's still so weird to me that you can even use the crossbow with the shield. I would think that each of them the crossbow at least, I think needs more than one hand.
Yeah.
But, oh well. Okay, there's a pyramid. There's a neat little temple. I'm finding, I'm sure, cool stuff that is gonna be cool for the future. But right now, I just want to find my kitties and my stuff.
And your kitty stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Now I can make some torches. Got some charcoal here. I had to work pretty hard and risk my life for this charcoal, I did.
That's how I feel about all the shit that I just lost, and the cats, which are kind of more important because again, I kind of went out of my way. I super went out of my way to get these cats. Um, if I turn on creative mode, that'll turn on for you too, won't it?
No.
Oh,
What
it
you
won't. Good. Okay, I'm doing it.
the way I know that you can turn on creative mode is to go into the chat and literally just type in game mode 1 or game mode 1 / game mode 1.
Oh,
But
okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. I'm not gonna make an apology for myself for this cheat because I want to find my lost stuff and those kitties.
yeah, we're not exactly
God,
running Minecraft Pro here, folks.
you're
If you're coming in expecting the proest of Minecraft speedrunner types, yeah, this ain't it.
the proest. We're not the proest.
No, we ain't.
Where the hell am I? Shit, I think I've got myself more lost by going up into the sky here.
I have no memory of this place.
I really kind of totally don't. Oh boy, this isn't good. Okay, that has to have been where I just was. What the fuck? All right, well, I might be at this for a little while.
Fair enough. I remember being in a similar place.
And there's a vast, vast desert. It's way more vast than I thought. I just can't tell now where it connects to where our place, well, my village is, I guess I should say.
There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. It's another watchtower, pretty well done. I'm gonna have to put in at least some degree of guardrail underneath so that people don't fall to their death. But after that, this thing's gonna be done.
Glad things are working on your end.
Yeah. It's let's see. Yeah, I've effectively surrounded my house with 4 watchtowers, which I'm pretty happy about.
Oh yeah, watch towers. Not even just snowmen, but watch towers. That's pretty good.
Oh, I haven't got the snowmen set up. I should do that at some point, but
Yeah.
just
Okay,
decided
good.
this would
I
be
found my village.
a good way
Sorry,
to
what's that?
get a good look at the surroundings and also set up some buildings, some checkpoints with torches where monsters won't spawn, and I can at least hang out for a little bit.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Beyond all hope, I found the village, and I'm going to try and retrace my steps as best as I can. I wish this game had just I get it. You have to have some kind of punishment for dying, whatever. You're at least they're at least good enough to give you your stuff back. But God, like if you just it's a pretty fucking vast game to say the least. If you just die out in the wilderness, what the fuck? I mean, that kind of sucks to just lose all your fucking shit.
Yeah, it's another discouragement for exploring without a bed in your person. Or just making several
Yeah.
beds.
I didn't have a bed on me, but I mean I wouldn't have even been able to sleep though because there were so many monsters around. It would have been like, nope, not safe for you, for you.
For you.
I heard it's not safe for you.
That almost kind of works, actually.
Yeah, it actually does.
You
You're
skinny
right.
little bitch.
He is a pretty skinny guy, to be fair.
He is. That's definitely part of his aesthetic in Game of Thrones as well.
Game of Thrones, yeah, creepy little sneaky, wiry guy. I like Dunleavy. He's
From
one of
The
my favorite
Wire.
characters. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking of Game of Thrones.
The wiry guy from The Wire.
It works.
Yeah.
The gamey guy from the game.
Game of Thrones.
Very, very chewy meat, Aiden Gillen.
What's the deal with Aiden Gillen?
Here we go with that. I wasn't even thinking about that. What's the deal with Aiden Gillen's flesh? It's chewier than I prefer.
Oh my God, Jerry Seinfeld is murdered and ate Aiden Gillen.
Very oddly specific and horrifying.
I've decided to start eating B-level television stars. Nobody will miss them. I'm an A television star. I've earned that privilege.
Oh yeah. Hey, now I gotta, man. I'm super going the wrong way here. I'm trying to. You're right over there.
Hairball.
Oh, okay.
Oh shit. What's the deal with the cast of Game of Thrones? Why are they so tasty?
I should probably be stopped, but I don't want to be. I gotta keep eating the Game of Thrones.
I'm gonna eat them all.
It's a big cast.
I'm even gonna get the extras.
Cast of thousands.
I've got most of the Battle of the Bulge by now. The Battle of
Battle of the
Blackwater,
Bulge.
whatever.
Yeah, he'd eat them too if he could.
I got confused. I started eating historical people.
I'm sure he would. If he had the chance, he would. You know it.
I started going after the Game of Thrones cast because I wanted that Sophie Turner and Maisie Williams. But then I got started and I couldn't stop.
They both grew up to be so weird looking. I've said that before, but I just can't get over it. Maisie Williams, she was such a cute little girl. It's like you could tell that she was going to be like a tomboyish, but you could tell that she was going to be like a nice looking young woman when she grew up. But she wound up looking like a gargoyle or something. She's just really freaky looking. And Sophie Turner, she just I don't know, she just kind of bimboed out. She just looks just like typical like strung out cheerleader.
Acting is not good for kids.
It really isn't. I just saw, and we can talk about this as well. This is a different subject. The P Diddy, Sean Combs, whatever the fuck he calls himself now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I definitely want to go there because I'm sure you know more about it than I do. I've just gotten.
I've not looked into it deeply, but I looked into it at the shallow level. I read a couple of Associated Press articles, but like for the most part, I've just been seeing the memes.
Oh, okay. I guess before I go into that, because I do want to hear more about it. I guess the more throwaway thing we were talking about. Kids,
I don't know enough where I'd
stars.
feel comfortable saying too much.
Yeah, well, it's fine. I'm sure he's not going to sue us, but anyway,
I can repeat the memes, but I don't know how valuable those are for legit information.
Yeah, I know how that goes. I was just gonna say the only reason I even brought it up is because I just saw a thing where I guess Justin Bieber has recently. I don't even think like immediately recently. I think like within the last month or something like that. He said something about how he. I don't think he himself said that he was groomed by Sean Combs, but something about like I just saw there was like a half-hour thing on YouTube where he was like being interviewed talking about it, and I don't follow Justin Bieber at all. I have no idea anything about like I couldn't even name a single one of his songs. I literally don't know anything.
My
about
understanding is now he has some degree of legit rapper respect, but like
oh okay.
I think that's that. Maybe for the younger folks, they can have no problem seeing that. But I think, and when I say younger folks, I mean people who haven't graduated fucking high school yet. But
Right.
for you and me both can remember back when he was the annoying pop star kid that was on the radio all the fucking time in like 2012 or whatever.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say is that I remember him, and on this video they showed clips of him being this little, and I'm not
Twerp.
trying to be, yeah, he was very twerpy, very, very effeminate. He honestly kind of in some of the images and in some of the video clips, he was
Not
like a
P
little
Diddy
kind
may
of
have
giggly, like
agreed.
I was gonna say, yeah, he was kind of like sort of like a giggly little girl, like he had like fluffy hair and big doe eyes, and he just I mean he can't help it, whatever it is, what it is. But he just seemed very, very girly and like whatever, just like this little starstruck. Hey there. And now it would then on the video, the couple minutes I looked at it, it would cut back to what he's like now, and he seemed like very somber and
Yeah,
like ashamed, and yeah, he's like, man, yeah, I hope other kids understand that this is not like a lifestyle they should get into, and it's like he seemed like really serious, like man, I got fucked up when I was young because of this shit.
yeah.
And more power to him for coming out and and saying that and trying to help other people. But again, yeah, that brings to mind the fact that he was talking about Sean Combs, and they were showing video of, like, I didn't know this was even a thing. I don't know how it got started, why it got started, whatever, but they were showing clips of Combs, like taking like a dust cover, a dust jacket, whatever it's called, off of a fancy car, and say like, okay, well, when you're 16, so he wasn't even 16 yet. He's like, okay, you're the fucking 15-year-old Justin Bieber. When you're 16, I'm gonna give you this car, and it's like, that's kind of weird. What's the story there? And he's like
Yeah.
putting his arm around him, saying like, yeah, I'm gonna show this kid what it's like to be a teenager. Live life with Sean Combs, and it's like, that's, I don't know. Like at the time, I might have not thought much of it, but it is weird. And now my
Sean
understanding is
Combs, I mean P. Diddy, I mean Puff Daddy, I mean Puff
Puff
Lyon,
Daddy.
I'm
I mean,
changing it
P
again.
Diddy, and yeah, Puff Lion. Jesus Christ, I forgot about that one. Yeah, so long story short, that brings to mind that this whole thing is going on, and I don't understand exactly what's happening or happened. I know that Sean Combs is he's up to no good, I guess. What little do you know? Because it's probably more than I know. Like what happened here? Why is he in trouble to begin with? Like what started all this?
Allegedly, well, this might not even be alleged by now. Part of this may be proven, but allegedly, it is sex trafficking. Uh,
Right, but yeah, no, I'm sorry.
his
Go ahead.
houses were being raided. However many he had.
Yeah.
I think he went on the run. I don't think they've caught him yet. He's still on the
Oh,
run.
really?
I believe
No
so.
shit, an actual fugitive. Really?
It is definitely, I've definitely seen it alleged that he was forcing Justin Bieber to, when he was underage, to have sex with prostitutes,
Oh, okay. So it does
which
go
would
right in
also
that
fit into what
direction.
you were just saying of like, kid, it's
Yeah.
time I show you how to be a man. Now you get in there and
Yeah.
fuck that broad. I don't want to. Do it and you'll be a man. Shut up.
That it's going in that direction. Yeah, the pieces are coming together. Okay.
Beyond that, I saw memes of just generally rappers that have in the past not got along with P. Diddy, like Nas and Tupac, smiling, Tupac presumably smiling from the afterlife. Uh, or one was
No, I'm
like,
sorry. That's just a funny mental image of just like a pic. I just visualized
Tupac
with you saying that.
up
Yeah,
in the
like I visual.
sky. There's Tupac
Yes.
with a halo, and he's
Yes.
smiling. Big
Yes, I picture Sean Combs like running for his life, like ducking under
from federal agents.
yes, like he's running under overpasses and shit, like running for his life. And there's like this ethereal Tupac smiling down upon him from heaven. Like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, that was the image that popped into my head when you said that. Yes.
Like fucking old super best friend Spider-Man goes up and looks at the sky and he sees Uncle Ben's ghost, and Uncle Ben looks down and says, "Kill them all, Peter. Kill them all." Like Tupac is looking down on the FBI just from the sky and goes, "Get that motherfucker."
What a weird little. I mean, I can, like I said, I can picture it. It's the image that came to my head. So yeah,
And
why
like
not?
this is coming only a few months after the last remaining guy out of the vehicle that shot at Tupac. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he just more or less outright said, "Yeah, Diddy put us up to it."
Yeah, I saw a brief clip of somebody whose name I didn't recognize, so I didn't really follow too close. But it was somebody saying something along the lines of, I will testify to this in court. Like put me up there. I'll say the truth. It's my whatever. It's like it's what I have to do. It's like the right thing to do or whatever. So they're like, oh, you would testify? He's like, put me in court. I'll say it. And I
Yep.
didn't quite, again, I didn't watch the whole thing to understand what he was talking about, but yeah, it sounded like it was obviously something very, very dramatic. It was in the video related to Combs or Diddy or whatever the hell we want to
Yeah.
call him, I guess.
So
Yeah.
what I saw on top of that were a good couple. I also saw one meme that I thought was amusing in a fucked up way. It was taking a clip from SpongeBob of Mr. Krabs chasing around, like I think two kids or something for some reason. Presumably, like they stole money or something. It's SpongeBob. But
Probably, yeah.
but Mr. Krabs' face has been replaced with P Diddy, and the kids' faces have been replaced with Justin Bieber and Usher.
Oh, Usher too.
I don't know what Usher's involved in this. Usher was supposed to be Justin Bieber's mentor, but I assume P Diddy would have been the one bankrolling it. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. Are you? I think you already specified this. I didn't quite catch it. Did you say that you are sure that at least he attempted to flee? Like he at one point
I
was on the
last
run?
I heard, he was on the run.
Wow. Yeah, okay, I'll have to look that up then. That's quite the big deal.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not often you hear about celebrities being on the run. Last I heard was I think probably when fucking OJ did it. And that's going way back.
which is going way back, and it's funny the different context. Because like OJ was notoriously a case where there were a lot of African Americans who were like, well, he probably did it, but still, I want him to get off. Because at the
Yeah.
time, that represented something. It was screwed up for anyone to
Yes.
say that, but at the time, it was thought to represent something. Whereas
Yeah. You're
pretty
entirely
well every
correct.
African American voice I see now talking about P Diddy saying, "Get him!"
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, if he did kill
Yeah, I
Tupac,
well, there's that too. Yeah, I was just thinking of the whole sexual thing, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, if he had Tupac killed, then
well,
yeah,
God, I hope
that's
they're not playing on fucking Diddy. We'll
I don't
teach
know
him.
anymore. Teach 'em
Line 'em
respect
up.
the hard way. Yeah.
Hey, you ever read the ending of It? Or excuse me, the ending of the kid part of It?
Yeah, well, that was for well, that was for a nobler cause, but, that's
Hey, who's
subjective.
this? No, I
Yeah.
won't go that far. I won't go that far.
Yeah, this is I don't know. It probably only because I looked at a video the other day, which obviously I didn't watch all the way through. I mean, I could have answered some of these questions, but literally it was like late at night. It was one of these things like tonight where played for a while and then afterwards I kind of hang out in bed for a little while, browse the internet and then, just pass out when I'm tired. But there's a little while there where the other night I had some videos up and for some reason just that one popped up. I was like, "Oh, what's going on with Sean Combs or P Puffy or whatever the fuck?" And
He's got a new name
yeah,
already. He's made one in the last 2 minutes.
he what?
I'm joking.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. Either way, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to repeat it, by all means. I didn't
Oh,
hear
I
it,
was
so I'm
just
not sure what
joking.
you were
It's
saying.
never as funny when you have to repeat it, but nonetheless, I was joking. In the 2 minutes since the last time we mentioned him by name, he's already made a new name.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah,
Which by now he has to do it because he's a fugitive.
I was gonna say that. Yeah.
Hey, my new rapper name is Steve.
I was thinking that. Yeah, so like Steve Rogers, or something
That's
like
Captain
that.
America.
Oh, is it really? Oh, well,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, it was probably familiar in the back of my head there, and I didn't realize it. Steve. Well, there's a
Steve
Steve
Smith.
Williams. Steve Smith. Yeah, there you go. Steve Smith.
Steve Williams.
Oh,
Now he's
that
a
also
pro
sounds
wrestler.
like a. Oh, right. Of course, there's a couple of them.
Yeah, two, because Steve Austin's real name is Steve Williams, but he had it changed so he
Williams.
wouldn't get confused with Dr. Death.
And then Dr. Death. There's two of those. There's Dr. Death David Schultz and Dr. Death Steve Williams. The
Dr. D.
wrestling
David
world.
Schultz, which I just
Right. Well, technically, yeah.
heard the other day. I thought, I'm not doing anything. Fuck it, I'll turn on some Cornette. I can hear some wrestling history and laugh at him. And my patience for Cornette was short that night, so I didn't listen to a whole lot before I just threw off the headphones. I was like, I can't listen to him fucking talking about, oh, goddamn, these fucking days, these fucking wrestlers that don't fucking suck and motherfucking goddamn, they suck fucking, and everything sucks nowadays, and the realness in the toilet and yada, yada, yada. But anyways, at one point they play a clip, they're talking about Sergeant Slaughter. And they get to the point that, of course...
Oh, yeah, I saw that one. There's like an hour-long Slaughter. I couldn't tolerate it because I don't want to hear about Slaughter for an hour, but I know the episode you're talking about. Sorry.
I like old Slaughter when it was hardcore, but, like, when Slaughter was one of the earlier hardcore brawler types, but obviously, like, I don't think anyone likes Iranian Slaughter. People who love Slaughter
it's not
despise
even,
Iranian
I'm
Slaughter.
sorry. I don't think they do. For me, it's not even that. It's just, honestly, Cornette... A lot of people love this about him, and I respect it about him, even if I myself don't like it. Cornette, it doesn't take much for Cornette to start going on at great length, unforgiving length, about wrestling from like the 70s, and not only the 70s, but like the South 70s, and that is like so far removed from anything I care about wrestling that it's like, oh boy, here we go on this again. I tune out. I literally just it starts to become literal background noise before I realize, oh shit, this has been going on for 20 minutes. What's this next video? Rock versus Cody? Yeah, let's skip to that. Something I'm actually, my stupid low attention span. Let me get to something modern that I can actually bring myself to care about. Let's go to that.
The funny thing, like, I'm fine with when he talks, like, general territories history, because I'm good to learn that stuff. I try to cover for my blind spots in wrestling history. But if the words Memphis or Lawler exit his fucking mouth, I am immediately like, oh, so this is completely unreliable information where he was going to talk about how Memphis was the wrestling of the gods delivered to us directly from Mount Olympus by Zeus's own hand. By Prometheus, stolen from Zeus's vault, these fucking great matches of Memphis. And so Zeus punished Prometheus for giving unto man this which was deigned only good enough for the gods, but not for man. And
that's and it's like about right.
Eat shit. But... Nonetheless,
nice, simple, concise response. Eat shit. That's a Mikeism right there. Yeah,
I was curious to hear about Slaughter, because I was curious to learn about it. And they played a little bit where, when they got to talk about how Slaughter, of course, was, not really in the Marines or in Vietnam.
Right.
They play a bit of, what was it? What's the name? Brian Last. Yeah, Brian Last plays a clip of Dr. D in a promo against Slaughter in like 82 or 83 or whatever, when both of those guys would have been around, because both of them kind of skipped town as soon as Hogan showed up. But for different reasons, though. Of course, Slaughter wanted to do business elsewhere. Dr. D. David Schultz kind of had to skip town after he punched that slapped that fucking journalist.
Docile, yeah. That was good stuff.
That clip is awesome. Like, as soon as I saw that, I went like, oh, this Dr. D guy is great. I wish he didn't get punished for this. Fucking John Stossel,
I mean, it was
rough, piece of shit.
Yeah, he came right up and said, well, I think it's fake. Oh, you do you?
Oh, it's fucking awesome. And like, that's one, like, that is 100% just journalists throwing a pissy shit about other journalists being like, we can't be treated like this, but like, you show that clip to anyone who doesn't like wrestling, and unless they deliberately have a vendetta against wrestling, they will say, like, that is profoundly fucking stupid what John Stossel did there. That, like...
Yeah. But I mean, it's probably safe to assume he didn't expect to be slapped, but I mean, it was directly confrontational. Like, what the fuck are you thinking, dude?
Yeah, like, you might as well walk up to fucking, like... It would be the same as if at that time, like, let's say you walk up to Liberace and just throw a fucking homophobic slur at him out of the gate.
Yeah.
Like, the best response you're gonna get is a string of slurs in response, or alternatively him just turning and walk. The best response you're gonna get is he turns and walks out of the fucking camera, right?
In Liberace's cases, yeah.
I'd love to see Liberace beat the shit out of John Stossel.
It'd be interesting. It'd be a show.
But nonetheless, like, yeah, Dr. D. David Schultz was cutting this promo, and he says, now, yeah, Slaughter, you come around here, and you do this and all that. You Slaughter, you fucking idiot. Well, he didn't say you fucking, but you idiot. He's got steel-toed boots. I was in Vietnam. It rains a lot there. You idiot. And Mean Gene starts going like, well, Dr. D, you're going, because Mean Gene's like trying to pivot like, oh, we don't want to blow Slaughter's gimmick here. So he starts trying to pivot like, well,
Uh,
we're going to be going to Cape Cod, and Sergeant Slaughter's got a lot of family there. Oh, yeah, well, he can have family there. He can bring his mom. I'm going to slap the taste out of her mouth. He can bring his dad. I'm going to beat the piss out of his dad. Bring the whole family. I'm going to beat the piss out of all of them. Mean Gene, you got no manners. You ugly. And furthermore, I bet you
Did you
related to
say
Cape
that?
Cod too. So you bring all your family around, I'm gonna beat the piss out of them.
Did he call Mean Gene ugly?
Yeah.
Just throw that in. By the way, you're ugly. What do you think of that, fucker?
And it's Dr. D. When Dr. D gets into the swing of a promo, he starts to slip on his grammar and it turns it, you ugly. I'm gonna beat the piss out of you.
I have to see that. That sounds pretty good.
Oh, it's a great fucking promo.
Yeah, it actually sounds like it would have been.
Because
Did they have Slaughter's
Dr. D was
response?
never the one to deliver a promo hesitantly. He blasted him with both barrels and had you believe it.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've ever seen one. I don't think ever.
Oh, you
'Cause
need to see
again,
at least
I'm-
one. Now he was special.
Yeah, I need to see that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm admittedly, obviously, as I basically just owned up to just a few minutes ago, I'm pretty ignorant when it comes down to Southern wrestling and 70s, 80s.
Well,
Southern
Dr. D
wrestling.
used to be the top heel for New York up until he slapped John Stossel.
Yeah, true. Yeah, then he well, I'm trying to think of what I saw the dark side of the ring on him, but I do not remember. I know he became a bounty hunter, but I can't remember how long he kept his wrestling career after the slap. I remember he said that Vince tried to send him a thing saying, okay, well now you need to admit that it was you who decided to do this on your own. He's like, I'm not signing that.
No.
You told me to go out there and do it, motherfucker. I ain't signing that.
Yeah,
And I think that's why he never got back with the company. I believe, which would make sense.
Yeah, that would sound like one of those things where Vince would say, like, okay, you're not cooperating with what I want, so not interested.
Yeah. Yep. That fits the character.
Not quite as bad as Jesse Ventura or Macho Man, where it's like, hey, you fucked me on money or a merchandise deal, fuck you forever, but...
Yeah, it's the Cardinals then.
Yeah, that one, I forgot about the details of Jesse's thing. That was over the Sega game that Vince got so fucking pissed.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That I didn't even know about until Cornette mentioned it. That apparently Jesse was going to have a fucking Sega Genesis game about wrestling. Which I when he said that, I was like, that's not even a thing. This has to be a mistake. But no, it was going to be a thing. It just never became a thing. And apparently it was that plus it was kind of a string of things. That he wanted the union, which was a big deal. He wanted the thing for the commentary money, which was the royalties for the commentaries.
Yeah.
That was a big deal. God, there was
McMahon.
one other thing still. Yeah, McMahon with his Minnesota, his low pitched Minnesota drawl. Yeah, I'm shocked that Vince ever brought him back. I mean, only briefly and only to. It's been said that Vince will bring you back as long as he can make money with you. When he had Jesse
Macho Man and
officiate a
Jesse
match,
both fucked him on money, so...
you're right. Yeah, I can't remember who said it again. I think it was X-Pac. It was some shoot where they were talking about Vince walking around pissed off because of the. No, the timing it couldn't be X-Pac, but I can see him saying it. Somebody was talking about
Pac would
Vince.
as 1, 2, 3 Kid, he'd have been there for Macho Man. Maybe not for
Oh,
Jesse.
that's true. I think you're right. I think that must have been what it was because I believe it was about one of them. Can't remember who. But the story generally just was that Vince was walking around backstage just like growling basically to himself like that's my money. And I feel like it was X-Pac who was saying that, so he probably would have been referring to Macho Man. Yeah, the Slim Jim deal.
Yeah, because he tried to replace Mach with Bam Bam.
Which is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, like, I don't think anybody hates Bam Bam, at least not.
No.
But, like,
He's just
Bam Bam is not a font of charisma.
Field. No, he's just I mean, again, like, I don't know why Vince, like, Bam Bam was... Bam Bam was like a mid carder by the time I started watching in the mid to late '80s, and then they brought him back like a decade later in '95 for Lawrence Taylor and the Slim. I was about to say Slim Fast, the Slim Jim deal. Slim Fast, Bam Bam advertising Slim Fast. Sure, why not?
We're gonna put him next to Vader and Yoko. It'll be great.
It actually would have been. I would
My
have watched
God,
that for
could you
sure.
imagine? Like,
That would have been a classic. That would have been pretty good. Oh
like
man,
Vince is just there. Look at these guys. They're fucking fat.
there's so much meat.
Look at the girth.
I was gonna say girth, yeah.
Like the finale to the commercial is that they don't even say anything. They just wordlessly walk out Mabel, and then the camera commercial just ends.
Fades to a logo of Slim Fast with Mabel. Mabel, Yoko, Vader, Bam Bam, yeah.
Like, hey, can we get Earthquake in here? Is he still around?
I'm trying to think, was he still around in '95? I don't know where he
Earthquake
was
had
in
a period where
'95.
he left for Japan. He
Yeah.
came back in time, but when they brought him back in the Attitude Era, he wasn't as Earthquake. He was brought back as fucking Gorgo or whatever with the
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
freak pack.
right. I was talking about
The-
that not too long ago.
oh,
I
what
can't
was it?
remember the oddities.
The Oddities, yes.
Yeah.
Since Russo fucking loves Howard Stern.
That's right. Yeah, the Whack Pack. Which somebody,
Oh.
you know the weird little guy Beetlejuice, right? He was like,
Yes. And
Yeah.
Jeff Jarrett nailed him with a guitar.
oh, I forgot about that. That was so great. He destroyed him with it.
And like he didn't give him anything. Like you expect, okay, it's the
No.
celebrity guest. It's the celebrity guest. Go easy. Don't stiff him. No. Jeff nails him with
No.
a like. Who was it that got nailed with a non-working guitar? There was somebody that got fucked up bad because they got nailed with a
Oh,
non-working guitar.
there was. Oh God, I think Jake claimed that he had an injury because of a non-gimmicked guitar. I think it was
Right,
Jake.
I think Jake like claimed that like some of his vertebrae were kind of offset because he got nailed right on the
Yes.
top of the skull. Which, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
you got nailed right on top of the skull with the fake guitars too. That's just how you did the spot. But like, which I mean, Honky Tonk, yeah, I could see Honky fucking that up.
Yeah, I could too. I mean, it's been said before. Jake's such a liar. How can you tell? But yeah, then again, yeah, Honky Tonk Man, fucking goof.
Mr. fucking, I only have a job because Hogan pointed at me in the backstage because he didn't know who else to point at.
That's what I've heard. Am I wrong in remembering that Honky himself said that?
It's difficult to say because Honky himself is kind of a liar.
Yeah, oh God, him and Hogan together.
I mean, he's cousins with Jerry. Fucking Lawler.
Yeah.
These fucking moral paragons here. Like the greatest there were good people in the golden age of wrestling, right? There you got your Rick Rude. Rick Rude was a cool dude. You got like Macho Man. Like Macho Man was possessive towards Liz, but other than that, like, is that really something we're going to try and stand on too much of a high horse about?
Yeah,
Well-
I never heard of him like going out and starting fights with people, like being an asshole kind of thing.
Ricky Steamboat, super good guy.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be yeah, I was gonna say.
Ricky Steamboat's such a good guy that the other wrestlers would bitch about him because he was boring.
And then you have, the liars and the pedos and the murderers.
There you go.
Yeah.
The ones that would have the stories told about him or would tell the stories in the shoots. Who were
Yeah.
assholes.
Yep. That's right. I want to continue, but like I'm so fucking far off course here. I need to like what do you see your position? Do you see your numbers right now?
Yes. 115, or excuse me, 115.
Okay, wait. Oh, 3 numbers? 115? Really? That's how it starts?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, I got a while. I'm gonna try and get back to you to figure out where I am, and then go back to where I am. All right,
Well, the
go
simplest
ahead.
way to
What
do that is just to
15?
teleport you.
Uh, yeah, that you know what, that would be easier. Can you do that? Just drag me to your position, then I'll fly back to my village because I don't even know where my village is anymore. I've been looking so hard for that area where the cats were, and I lost all my shit, and I lost the village in the meantime.
Okay, yeah. Give me a second. Oh, yeah,
Is it just like right there in your menu? Like, is it just an easy thing you click that says teleport to me, that kind of thing?
I think there is a way of quickly, easily doing it, but I still do it the old school way where I type in teleport rat grappler to WSSCR.
Okay. Well, thanks. That's very helpful.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, I got a ways to fly, but at least now I know where I'm going.
While you're
Oh,
up there,
that
there's a
map.
phantom. Would you mind beating it to death?
Yeah, if I can. Where is he at? I don't see him now.
He's right
Oh, I
behind
see
you.
him. There he is.
Yeah, go do a Dragon Ball Z fight up there.
Hey, like that, fucker. You weren't expecting me to come and get you, were you?
Yeah. Well, this is taking a turn here.
It really has. Of course, I don't have my sword anymore because that's one of the many things that went missing. But I'm beating him up all the same.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Stop flying away.
No, I don't like getting beat up.
I mean, that is a fair stance, but yeah.
You'll take your lumps and you'll like them, kid.
Yeah, that's right.
Bitch.
Oh yeah, did you watch the Freddy clip I sent you?
I'd seen it before.
Oh, you have, really? Okay.
I think I'd mentioned before to you that I'd seen the "Now you're on prime time, bitch" clip before.
Oh. You probably did with my memory being what it is. Oh shit! Now there's two of them. I need a sword to be
now
able
this
to
is
do
getting
any
out of
damage
hand.
here. Yeah, there's there. I would happily kill these things, but it would take forever. They're moving too much. I have bare fists.
It bugs me that the kids that grew
Although
up with the
wait, I have
prequels.
creative mode on.
Hang
Sorry, go
on.
ahead.
Yeah, I'm
No,
just hitting
I'm
the
doing my
bed.
top weaponry.
I hit a bed that ideally will make them go away. But anyway, yeah, like
Oh.
I like the kids that come like the kids that have come up with the prequels, the grip of the prequels, turning every single line from the prequels into a meme is pretty annoying in a lot of regards. But I gotta admit that I do enjoy the doofy CIS leaders enough to be fine with that one.
I'm sorry. Wait, the doofy CIS leaders. What am I missing?
Oh, okay. It's now used as kind of a meme reaction image from, I think it's the opening of like Phantom Menace or whatever when they're trying to trap and kill Obi-Wan and
I do remember the scene, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon.
Qui-Gon. Yes, Qui-Gon. Thank God I didn't call him Quan Chi. Have I ever sent you that clip?
Nothing. I don't remember seeing a Quan Chi clip, or at least anything that has to do with Star Wars.
So, at one point when the Super Best Friends, when Matt and Pat were playing that notorious Ride to Hell game, they're talking about the Phantom Menace, and Pat makes reference to the team up of Obi-Wan and Quan Chi.
Okay.
And they both start losing it fucking laughing at the idea of the Phantom Menace, but now Qui-Gon Jinn has been replaced by the fucking Mortal Kombat albino sorcerer Quan Chi.
Yeah.
And Matt's like, Mortal Kombat X, Quan Chi's round start animation is that he comes in riding a demonic horse. So Matt starts joking about like that he's coming in riding on the demonic horse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can picture that now.
But yeah. Oh, what the fuck has happened to this Phantom? The sheep
What has that? I killed one. I didn't see the other.
Trapped this Phantom in a corner of the pen.
Are they beating it up?
No, but they're pushing it around.
That's awesome. Yeah, they're at least still pushing him around. That's cool. He's been emasculated. They've taken away his power.
I've stabbed him to death.
Good. Fuck him.
But yeah, right. What I was in reference, right. What I was referencing was like the opening sequence of Phantom Menace when they've got him trapped and they're trying to kill him and all that. I forget why they say this, but one of them one of the plastic alien whatever suit dudes says
Yeah.
something about the Jedi, like I guess they're expecting one, and he's looking at him and goes, "This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them."
Oh, right. Yes.
And the generation of kids that have come up with the prequels and are trying to turn the prequels into being considered classic instead of disappointments have been trying to turn just about every fucking bit line from the prequel trilogy into a meme, and that is one of the ones that has been memed a fair bit.
Oh, okay. Well, what are they? It's just a term that people like to throw around. They like to quote the line, or have they actually like worked it into like fake scenarios as well?
Yeah, they work into fake scenarios. There's one I saw that was
Yeah.
a meme that was like, it was like one of those things where they present a fake humorous scenario of like when you think you're going to bed with a woman, but then she's trans or whatever, and like the joke is the what was it like this is getting out of hand. Now there are two penises and something like that, right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
You can see how people just try to force the joke, that sort of deal.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's very typical of today's culture.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's been silly memes like there are silly memes.
Oh,
There
I
are
mean,
bad
bad
memes
jokes go back forever. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like that particular
it's
style
almost
of
it
just
kind
like
of
taking a
reminds me
quote.
of the trend of like the bad Bart merchandise, right? The bad Bart ripoff thing, right?
Yeah, in a way, it is very similar. Yeah, yeah. You're taking something that exists and is its own has its own style, character, whatever, and you just transplant it into something else to serve a different function, even if it
Yeah,
doesn't fit. Yeah.
yeah. That like, have you ever seen? There was a very bad. There was like a badly translated Bart ripoff, where I guess they translated it from tried to translate the "Eat My Shorts" line into whatever language, and it wound up getting translated back. I probably Chinese, thinking that English is cool.
Uh oh.
And so what it came out as was uh, a very poorly drawn Bart that was saying in a text bubble, "Consume short."
I like that. That's good. Nice and stupid.
No, wait, it was "consume pant."
Oh, that's even better. Consume pant. Eat my shorts turns into consume pant. Yeah, I like it. I never understood eat my shorts. I never. I don't get
Don't have a
like
cow,
that.
man.
That's odd too. Those are both such abstract statements to me.
Like,
Like
it's
like
the thing I've
I
never
don't get the
understood about
humor.
the 90s with Bart is like, even as a kid, I was like, what's the. I don't like Bart. Homer's the fun one. I,
Uh,
I do not like this Bart. He displeases me.
I
Bring a new
having
character, funny man.
yeah. I mean, but Bart was the big focus for the first. I mean, obviously, he's still a focus. I mean, obviously, but Bart really started to give way to Homer in like 4 or 5, maybe somewhere around there. It only took a few years.
Well, the first couple
Um.
seasons, like Matt Groening had already worked on Life in Hell for a good while, and Life in Hell is very anti-authoritarian, like
Oh
thumb in the
yeah,
nose,
severely.
middle finger to the powers that be, which is the entire reason why it follows a pair of gay rabbits, and it's titled Life in Hell.
Oh, what did you say? Gay rabbits? Is that what you said?
Isn't that the thing? Aren't they a gay
You're
couple?
very close. You're very close. The rabbits are actually it's a straight family of rabbits. Well, actually, it's a rabbit named Binky, who has well, how do they describe it? He has sex where he wakes up the next day and he's like, oh boy, what did I do? With like what looks to be like some kind of toad-like creature. And later on, yeah, later on in the series, you only see her for like a couple of quick strips. And later on in the series, she's like, "Oh, by the way, here's your son Binky." I'm sorry. No. Binky is the name of the dad. Bongo. Here's your son Bongo, and it's a rabbit with one ear in the middle of his head. And I guess the joke being that he's like a mutant because the
Yeah.
dad had sex with a toad. But yeah. As supporting characters in this strip, there are two gay. Oh, what is their ethnicity? They're little fez wearing guys. They are. Oh God, what is their ethnicity? Shit, they're not Indian. I can't remember.
Well, if they're wearing fezzes, that would imply Turkish.
Yeah, they might be. They're very clearly Middle Eastern. They're
Well,
again, yeah,
that would also imply Turkish.
yes, yeah. One of their names are Akbar and Jeff, and yeah, they're side supporting characters, and they are like famously. Well, I don't know about famously, but yeah, they're.
Every Middle Eastern character in the 80s or 90s was named Akbar. What was it with that?
It was a pretty common thing. Yeah, I think it's just it was a very easy stereotypical, but yet nonetheless accurate name. One of those kind of things.
Yeah.
I think
like,
I got
in fairness, you
lost
could
there.
name them all Muhammad, but like,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure that in the actual Middle Eastern world, like, you accept that everyone's going to have either a first name or last name of Muhammad. You just don't call them that.
I suppose so. Yeah, it's like I want to roll my eyes at the conceit of calling every Middle Easterner or Iraqi, Iranian, whatever Muhammad, but like whenever I fucking read about anyone from there, it's like Muhammad al-Shabir Muhammad. It's like
Yeah.
wow, really, really. And I guess to be fair, it's I mean it's true, and I mean to a large extent. And I can't really feel too bad about that because my name is Mike, and there's lots and lots of Americans with the name Mike.
And that's a
So
religious reference, too.
It is, yes, yeah, the Archangel Michael. So it's it happens. It's fair. I can't lie and say it's not a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of like Abu Abir, Muhammad,
Well,
very similar.
Depend a lot on individual cultures, as much as the Saudi House of Saud is currently trying to destroy all non-Arab Middle Eastern cultures. Despite all that, there still are a lot of a vast multitude of Middle Eastern cultures.
Yeah. Yeah. Similarly, there is excuse me. There are a lot of them. Well, I don't know about a lot, but there's a fair number of distinct American cultures, and very typically they have their own. You don't see a lot of like I don't know Cletuses in New York. I wouldn't think.
No.
Similarly, you wouldn't see a lot of I don't know like Moshawn in whatever South Dakota.
No, I'm willing to bet there's a lot of Southerners who have questions about the name Abraham.
Yeah, that's true. little bit of a conflict there.
Remember the South?
Did you ever hear of the game North and South?
No. I think maybe I have. I don't remember.
Yeah, it was on the old 8-bit Nintendo, but also on like the Commodore or something like that. Old computers of the day of that time. But yeah, it was a fun little kind of like a series of mini games where you played as either the North or the South, and you tried to conquer a little territorial map. It was a neat little game.
Yeah.
How the fuck am I in Glaciers now? What the fuck,
I had a
man?
point when I was bringing up Life in Hell.
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah,
right.
We were talking about Bart culture.
Yeah, the early seasons were focused a lot more on the anti-authority aspect that Matt Groening always wanted to lean into, and that's also why, like, one of the earliest episodes is Lisa realizing that life is meaningless and there is no God, and the only point of existence is socialism and the beauty of art. Which is, as soon as I was watching that episode and going like, Jesus Christ, Matt Groening was not so.
It's pretty fucking pessimistic, yeah.
It's not just pessimistic, it's just Matt Groening explicit, like, this is Matt Groening's manifesto, and like, that, like, Lisa's not a character I have a problem with a lot of the time, but there are times where it's like, she is explicitly just Matt Groening's character that's like, this is how I really feel about this.
Yeah, Homer and Marge are legit, like, straight up named after his actual parents.
Jesus, he didn't think too highly of his dad.
I know he's commented on it before, but I would be putting words in his mouth. I can't remember exactly what he said about that topic, but I know he's been asked about it before. Like, is he really? Maybe he's. Yeah. Again, I'd be speculating as to what his answer was. I just remember he talked about it. But yeah, I do think he's openly said, but he's probably said more than this. But my memory is that he's openly said that he identifies with Lisa.
Yeah.
Because she's the obviously the intelligent one, the
artsy, politically aware one that's usually correct.
Right. Yeah, there was, I guess, a little bit of that rebellious streak with, well, yeah, probably more than a little bit, but yeah, Groening was pretty rebellious. Have you ever read Life in Hell? Have you ever seen any of the?
No,
It's really,
it's
really good.
you know, so, somehow I'm just not interested. I feel like if we give Matt Groening access to full vulgarity, he'll lose out on a lot of the subtlety. You know?
No, it's not like that actually. Like for example, so some of the stuff that really makes this like it was a weird mix of like they'd be one shot jokes, like full page single shot jokes, and then there'd be like little like small storylines, and then he'd have other things like really insightful stuff. Like he'd have a page that was like the 9 types of junior high teachers, and it'd be a list of like all these like very accurate stereotypes and funny little gags about them, and like really neat little observations about life. He was really good about that. It wasn't so much like a manifesto, although I guess some parts of it could have been. It tended to
Yeah,
sometimes be. But yeah, he had like a really good he had really good observational skills, really good like insights into various personalities, people types, you know, just kind of observations about life, everyday stuff, things like that. It wasn't. I wouldn't have described it as really particularly vulgar, to be honest. At least what
yeah,
I've got. I've got a couple of big compilations, and it was not. It was the. I'll put it this way. I first had it in junior high in 7th grade, and at that time, the 7th graders were like, ooh, they swear in it. Let me take a look. But like it's that. It's like, oh, it's like it's vulgar enough to where like a 7th grader would think it was a big deal, but beyond that, nah.
yeah. I think for me, perhaps there's a little bit there of just like the opening conceit is the title "Life in Hell," which to me strikes me as a little bit try-hardy, a little bit like this is gonna be a commentary on life in modern America and why it sucks, and it's just like I don't care.
I never got that read. I mean, I guess it could be interpreted that way. I just figured it was just the kind of like for example, it was that strip was divided into several smaller books. One of them was School as Hell, and then Work as Hell. Just here's again like observations about just like everyday life and the ups and downs of it. Like I didn't read it as quite the declarative pessimistic stance that it
Work of
seems to be
social
coming across
commentary
as.
disguised as comedy.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, it was more satirical than anything. I didn't think that it was quite so like it was like playfully pessimistic, if that makes any sense.
yeah,
Kind of like, oh, this sucks, doesn't it? Hey, don't you know how this, isn't this familiar to you, this situation? Man, that's bullshit, huh? Like that kind of.
yeah.
That's how I interpret it. I mean, granted, I haven't looked at it, and again, for me, it was 7th grade, so we're talking like 25 years ago. But I honestly thought it was very good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm fucking lost again. I honestly don't even know how this is possible.
It can be easy to get lost, especially once you get past where we've got the landmarks, you know?
Yeah, and the flying, I'm not like I didn't realize that so much of the when you fly, like so much of the landscape is just blank. You have to get really close before it loads in.
Yeah.
Unless you fly really low, I guess. So yeah. Yeah. What fucking do I have any special commands that I can you just fucking teleport me to you again?
Sure.
Sorry. Thanks. Oh, that was fast. All right.
Well, you can recall previously inputted commands really
Oh
quickly. Just
right.
press the up arrow and it'll bring back your most recent input.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just gonna try and I mean, well, first I need to find my village, plant a bed there. Well, actually, no, my bed is still there. Shit, now that I think about it, I could just kill myself. Fuck. Well, that would solve that. That was not thinking very clearly. I
It's
guess I can
getting
still do it
late.
now. It is. Yeah, I guess I'm just not thinking clearly, period. All
Also,
right.
you've been more or less talking and playing all day, whereas I've only been talking and playing for like 4 or 5 hours, so I've got the advantage in that regard.
I suppose that's true. Yeah, usually when we do these recordings, it's either we get started pretty early in the day when I haven't been up for super long. I play a long session with you, or I've been playing for a while on my own, doing stuff like with Dead by Daylight or playing with Pink or whatever, and then you and I start playing kind of late. At which point I'm already kind of zoned in, I guess. I'm not really thinking straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to. Before you joined tonight, I was actually gonna turn on Sons of the Forest because I still haven't played that in single player yet since the last time I had it, which was whatever like a year ago. So I still need to even check out and see what's changed for myself.
Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely in favor of that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. We need to get a time when Pink is going to be around for a while. What is your time frame looking like for the next few days?
I will effectively be open for the next couple days. I've been really wanting to get that Total War Warhammer recording in, but I figured tomorrow you're probably gonna be asleep most of the day, so I figure that's
I
probably the time
will.
to do it.
Yeah, I am again with my meds being what they are. I'm really it's just that simple. I'm up for pretty much a whole day, then I'm down for pretty much a whole day. It's just up down up down up down.
Yeah, yeah, I figured as much.
Yeah. And now I'm spawning literally nothing. Just literally nothing.
The Void?
Something's wrong. Yeah, from what I can tell, even the water there. Okay, wait, no. What am I looking? Okay, there's some fish. There's no. Where's the land? Where's structures? Where the fuck is anything? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna drown myself. I'm so
Okay.
tired of this.
Fair enough.
Yeah, because at this point I don't even know what's going on now. Yeah, I'm the horizon is completely barren. It's like a blue. I'm just seeing ocean all around, no matter where I look or no matter how far I go. And I know it's not supposed to look that way. What am I? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Man, anyone who is watching tonight, they're gonna be thrilled. Talks for 2 hours about personal shit on a forum I couldn't care less about. Doesn't even exist anymore. Then he dies with a couple of things on him and spends the next 2 hours trying to go back and find it. He can
See, I
cheat to do
assumed
everything
that
else,
for
but he can't. Go ahead.
I just assumed that unless I put a particularly adventurous thing in the title, like, hey, I get trapped in hell. I assume that anyone tunes in for any other episodes of Minecraft is going to be tuning in for. It's probably going to be a lot of building, a lot of crafting, and just I'm tuning in for the conversation.
That's what I was saying earlier, which is that I don't mean any offense to anyone who doesn't like what we're doing, but
I
it's
definitely
like.
believe Ted is tapped out by this point in the video. So anything that you need to say about Ted, go ahead and say it now. Derek,
Nah,
though,
the
may be
worst
watching.
I've
He's a disciplined motherfucker.
That's a funny thought to me. That he you said he's on the forum now, right? Or no, I'm sorry, the Discord.
Yeah, yeah, he is. He's not.
Yes.
He's a guy. He's always around. He doesn't necessarily speak up too often. He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who thinks that he needs to be heard too often.
Oh, everyone should be heard. Well, not everyone, but I'm sure he should be heard at some point or another.
I think we all love Derek, but naturally there's always that anxiety of like, am I the annoying one in the group that they want to go?
You think that he feels that way? Is that what you're saying? You get that
I
read?
think it's a natural for people to have some anxieties, and he said before that like, I mean, he's around, but he doesn't post very much. He said before that he thinks that some of his posts are just stupid. Which
Yeah,
we all do
it's,
that. I
yeah.
post far too often for all of my stuff to be smart.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, just by sheer mathematics, it's going to be dumb at some point or another. I always figure that I'm the annoying guy in the room, so I don't know. And sometimes
Does
I'm sure I
everybody
am.
think they're the annoying guy in the room?
I don't know. I don't know if everyone does have that kind of self-consciousness.
Imposter
I'm sure.
syndrome.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I would think that the people who don't think that they're annoying are probably the ones who are.
Hey, it's Rocky. Anyways, so as if I didn't already fucking dunk on him somewhat by proxy earlier by saying, if he said anything to G-Man, we'd kick his ass and all that. And
That wasn't. I didn't take that as any kind of like slight. It was an interesting story.
yeah,
I didn't think that was any kind of anything against him.
Okay, there we go. A little bit more map pieces. Ooh, this map board's gonna need to be expanded a little bit. It's just covering slightly the edge of that village down there.
Oh, which village? The
The
one
village
down.
nearest me to the south, but not the one to the north, not the one you're thinking of.
Your village to the south. Not the. I don't know if I've been to the village you're talking about because the only village I'm sure there are more, but the only village I personally can think of that's south of where you are is the one that's down across the sea in the desert, which you said that you weren't sure that you'd been to that one.
Yeah, I'm not sure I have.
Yeah, I don't know in that case.
Hmm. Where should I map out next? Guess the quickest one would just be to snap on across here, wouldn't it? Probably, yeah.
Map on a what? Oh, you're talking
Yeah,
about the
I'm
map.
deciding where I'm next
Yeah,
gonna map out. Yeah,
yeah.
straight south, and then yeah, get a little bit of a ways in. Wait, I should look for that lake. Yes, I should look for that lake. Hmm. Yeah, nice little bit of progress for me. We're continuing an endless loop with Minecraft. I make a nice, hefty amount of little progress on my land, and you guys die and then look for your stuff.
That has been the theme for me. It really has. Almost every
And for
episode, I wind up
Pink.
having some catastrophe. Pink
That's
too? Yeah, I guess so.
That's why I was saying, like earlier when you guys were playing Dead by Daylight, I was like, should we play something else? It seems like when we play, you guys just die and then look for your stuff for the whole session.
I forgot that he was actually getting kind of pissed off too. I
Oh, he
forgot
was
about
getting
that.
really fucking mad last
He
time.
was. That's right. I completely blanked on that because I myself was so preoccupied with my own anger. But again, for me, it was just it wasn't the game. I love the game. It was that particular, just, I was caught in a loop. An awful fucking loop. Like a literal loop I couldn't get out of. I wanted my shit back and I'd go to get it and then they wouldn't let me back out.
Yeah, yeah, like that's why, like, by all means, like I'm having a fine old time. This is usual Minecraft for me. I've put together a little homestead and I'm steadily expanding it and putting in new
Right.
areas. I'm getting this area around me slowly colonized. Ooh, if I don't burp myself, hinted on speech. But I'm getting the area around me slowly colonized, and I just keep seeing in the fucking kill feed you guys dying, and then you guys getting mad and saying like, well, now I have to go to the other side of the world to find my fucking stuff. Oh, where is it? I can't find it. This is bullshit. And every time I'm just
Yeah.
like, shit, I may be having a good time, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, it was nice of you to offer, and I think I did the correct thing for me by saying, let me just, can you help me fix this? And then after you do, I need to stop playing now for a little while. Um, but yeah, again, I'd forgotten that Pink had basically the same situation going on. He got, like, he wandered off somewhere and then got lost, I think, and then got killed. And yeah, he was sounded very unhappy after that.
Yeah, he lost a lot of stuff in a cave somewhere. He got beat to death by a zombie. He
Right,
always
something
gets
like
killed by
that.
either a zombie or falling from tall
The
heights.
falling a lot. Yeah, that's only happened to me once or twice, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, with me, it's always the damn skeletons.
yeah, the skeletons, especially because you're in the frozen biome where it's nothing but fucking skeletons.
Yeah, at that point, yeah, that was really rough.
It's a little awkward when you make a new map and the map is just nothing but fucking trees.
I don't know if that's better or worse than the map where it's just the plains and you don't see
Yeah,
anything else, just green.
yeah, either way, you're like hoping for river formations, transitions between biomes. And like, no, it's either rolling green hills or trees. And it's like, oh, god damn it.
Right.
Like ocean, at least you know when it's ocean. You don't have to pull out the map to see that. You see with your own two eyes, like, oh, it's nothing but pure fucking blue out here. I don't need to map this.
Yeah.
But when it's like the trees, you can't see most of what it is. So you're just like, well, I'll set a map for this place. Maybe I'll see something hidden in here that's really cool. And I'm like, nope, it's all trees.
That sucks when that happens. I don't know.
Matter of
I
fact, I'm gonna set a few fires.
set a few fires. Oh, to get rid of the trees. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
perfectly sensible.
oh, that's the
Uh-oh.
rose bush. Okay.
Oh.
I thought I lit
Oh, you
myself
thought
on
you were
fire
on
again.
fire. Yeah, because of the. Yeah, I gotcha. the scratchy sound of injury.
It is. I
God,
do love that the amount of fires I'm setting, and because the fires only burn whenever you're near. There are just some parts of my world that I just pass by, and they're just infinitely burning.
I saw an option in the menu, something about simulation distance. I think that's what it is. Like how far away do you want stuff to still be happening when you're not there?
On one hand, that would be convenient for things like farming. On the other hand, I kind of am amused by the fires not burning when I'm around. They light back up when I'm near.
Yeah,
It's like, oh shit, we're off break. Get on back to it, boys.
right.
Oh man.
What?
So there's a part of the wire. You know how recently the Francis Scott Card Bridge got brought down by that cargo ship hitting one of the struts, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I only know about it because you told me about it. I don't know anything else about it.
People found a scene in the wire where there's a couple characters sitting like next to the bay and
Oh,
looking at the
that
Francis
spot.
Card Bridge, and one of them points to it and says, "Look at that bridge. It's gonna be there forever, just like our family."
Oh, jeez. Yeah. Yeah, when there's always, I mean, again, this probably doesn't mean a lot for you guys, your generation. You understand the significance, but like when I see movies that have the Twin Towers in them, it's just like, ooh, that's kind of rough.
There's a couple movies that proudly portray it on like either the front cover or on the big poster. Like
Yeah.
off the top of my head, I don't know why this is the first movie that comes to mind, but what was it? Red Heat that has Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Soviet cop that comes over to America.
Oh, I've never seen that. Is the Twin Towers are on that on the cover?
I want to say that it's proudly, like, very prominently portrayed on the poster alongside Arnie and Jim Belushi.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right. Sounds like that type of, as you said, he's culturally, it sounds like it would be relevant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that it's rather now famously a focal point during a scene in Home Alone 2, to the point that they, and this is so fucking
And I
dumb to me
probably
that
didn't see it because the version of Home Alone 2 I would have seen would have
I
been only a
was
few years
just
after 9
gonna
11.
say, and they cut it out.
Okay, because I did grow up watching Home Alone 2 like many children, but I don't remember the Twin Towers ever being in Home Alone 2.
Yeah, it's so fucking dumb that it's like, oh, it's gonna hurt. I mean, that was the other thing about the culture at that time. It was such a big deal that 9/11 happened that one of the reactions was that it was so. And I get the sentiment. It was so sacred that man, we don't want to upset anybody who lost their families and stuff like that. We don't want to glorify
Well, there was
it's
shit coming out
essentially
at the
it's a
time that had to be censored. Metal Gear Solid 2. Do you
yep.
remember at the end of
It's
Metal Gear
on the
Solid?
cover.
I. Oh, what?
It's in the background. Yep. Snake's got that. I can't remember the artist. Very very good illustration of Snake's face on the cover of MGS2, and in the background you can see the Twin Towers. They're
Oh
part of the
my
background behind his
god,
face.
I never noticed that.
Yeah, let me double check really quick to make sure.
Let me
Because I
check.
know it was on the cover of EGM magazine at the time, and I think the cover that I'm thinking of was in fact the actual cover of the game. Let me double check. While I look, go on.
Well, I'm also looking because I've seen the
It's
fucking
subtle.
cover of that
It's not
game.
like super. Yeah, it's not like right there in your face. Like, look at this. But yeah, it's back there.
Look at this.
I have this. Um,
Well, I
let's
see
see.
an orange bar and a white bar behind him, but I'm not sure that's the Twin Towers.
Oh, then you know what?
Because it
Okay, I
came out
see.
after 9/11. I'd imagine they would have had to have at
It
least
was
rushed.
it was like
Oh,
almost simultaneous.
I'm
Yeah, go
seeing the
ahead.
Master Collections version of the front cover where it does seem like there's the Twin Towers in the background. But it's difficult to say because one's quite a bit bigger than the other.
Let me look. I'm thinking now that what I'm remembering was the cover of EGM magazine, which had artwork in the same style, but was not the same image. Because I'm not seeing the image I remember. How would I even look this up? Metal Gear Solid 2
Electronic
EGM.
Gaming Monthly.
Yeah, let me look.
Well, I see New York behind him, but I don't see the Twin Towers.
I'm wondering. Okay, because I had that issue at that time. Yeah, October 2001. Okay, I'm looking right at it. Yeah, the same artwork would be used as cover art for certain versions of the game, but with the Twin Towers edited. It was even changed for the official art book. This is on Twitter. They're talking about. They're showing the examples. Can I maximize the page? Let's see. Uh, I can't quite see on this particular image. I'm too far from the screen as usual.
If you can find it, send it to me. I've not seen this.
I will. Yeah, it's really good artwork.
Well, all
I
of
don't know who that
Yoji
artist is.
Shinkawa's stuff was pretty
Yoji
killer.
Shinkawa. Okay, yeah, he's a very very good artist. I never knew his name.
Yeah, I have his name memorized. There used to be an artist I followed on Twitter who did very good imitations of him for various characters from other works.
Ah, okay.
And he'd like draw Duke Nukem in Yuji Shinkawa's style, and it was sometimes there's serious characters that made sense. Like, yeah, Captain America would probably fit into Metal Gear Solid. Sure, I'll see him in the Yoji Shinkawa style. But then it's Duke Nukem, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't fit.
Right, right.
It's time to kick ass and chew gum. Chew gum?
Chew gum. Kick ass.
Snake, it's time we got those aliens who messed up my ride.
Fucked up my ride, yeah. Or yeah, messed up my ride.
He runs into Meryl and he's just immediately, shake it, baby.
That was one of the great things of it's checking out Meryl's ass until she hits you and you die. She rears back hard and hits you, and you like flip over and game over as you like collapse dead.
I love any instance where you can get a AI teammate to kill you. Not only for, like if it's really silly, but like imagine then the report back to base. Like Meryl telling her dad, fucking Campbell, hey, I killed Snake. Meryl, why? You looked at my ass a little bit too long.
Yeah, he was checking me out too long. Yeah.
And like that's several layers to unpack for Campbell because first of all, it's like, well, first of all, what the fuck? Second of all, too long implies that Meryl would have been fine if Snake was just looking at her
For a little while.
4 or 5 seconds, that's fine. 6 seconds, death.
I remember too because she like her whole like upper torso moves back to prepare for the blow, and she hits him good, but I wouldn't have thought it would be enough to kill him. But yeah, he again he like backflips and is like, ugh.
What Snake? So it's always. Ooh, whoa, 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 and it slow mo's near the Snake in all the death lines of Metal Gear, and like. Of course, you're then hearing not only the dun 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 dun, but you're hearing either Campbell or Otacon. Snake? Snake? Snake! Can Meryl ever be the one who goes Snake?
Hey, does she ever?
I don't know. I've not played Metal Gear Solid 1.
Oh, really?
No, I've never played Metal Gear Solid 1. I've played 2, I've played 3, I've played 5. I've never played 1 or 4.
Oh, God. 1 is one of the best games ever made. Holy shit. Although you'd say the same to me about 3, and I'm dropping the ball on that one.
That's
so
the
fair
thing.
Enough. Yeah,
one of these days,
enough.
I guess we're just going to have to trade, I guess. But
Yeah. Yeah. God, they even remade it for the GameCube.
Which was supposed to be an excellent remake, except for the very controversial scene where Snake jumps off a missile.
Yeah, too much backflipping cutscene bullshit. But other than that, I thought it was a very, very solid remake.
Yeah, I remember seeing a clip of Wooly just the other day saying, like, everybody else hated that. I loved that. That was so fucking cool. So fucking hype.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Yeah, like when I first played through it, it kind of took me like I was like, was that the original? That seems overdone. That's a little bit like overly like anime-ish. But then I didn't really think anything of it until like a few years later. I started hearing like everyone hated it, like passionately. So I was like, oh, okay. I guess I
And the
wasn't wrong
weird
to
thing
remember it
was,
that way.
Twin Snakes was made by a Western developer. It wasn't made in
I thought it
Japan.
was. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I do think you're
Silicon
correct.
Knights, either right
Is
before or
that who it
right
was?
after. Yeah, Silicon Knights, either right before or right after they made Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, or no, not Sanity's Requiem. That was the sequel they proposed. No, Eternal Darkness, Sanity's something or other. I don't remember.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds right. That all sounds familiar. Like hearing it again now, it's like, yeah, that does sound kind of right.
And then they made Two Human, I think, for Xbox 360, which wound up being the Colossal Bomb, and then they went on to be much more infamous for questionable money practices and copyright practices, I believe, and then they just sunk.
Which one was that? You said Too Human?
Silicon Knights made Two Human, yes.
I know the name. Was that on a What Happened or something?
It was.
Okay, that's probably where I know it
Matt
from.
played through that game, and it was one of the many, many, many bad games that he had a lot of interest for.
Yeah, okay.
I very
Yeah,
much
the
remember when
top
they were
is
playing God of War 4, which is, of course, built around the Norse pantheon. Matt would get the references, but he wouldn't understand the references from actually Norse mythology. Pat had actually read up on Norse mythology, so he was like, oh, yeah, there's a reference to this, there's a reference to that. Matt would understand the Norse mythology references, not from the mythology themselves, but because he was like, oh, yeah, Two Human has a lot of Norse mythology stuff. So I remember they had this dude named Balder who could shoot lasers out of his eyes, and he had a gun. Yeah, I'm sure
my
the
favorite
Vikings were
Norse
real
myth.
big on that, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, that was they were known for it. That was a point of cultural pride for them. The laser eyes and so forth.
As they were ransacking the churches of coastal France in 900, whatever. Like, they're screaming and hollering at the fucking French priests as they butcher them with axes. Balder grants me the blessing of eye lasers.
That is a funny thought. They're just pillaging, and then one just like stares off into the distance at some I don't know, like an opposing enemy's hut or something, and it just pew, pew, just like shoots out, blows up, just like
A shitty explosion PNG over the whole house, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
it's pretty great.
uh,
Yeah. Did you ever see the video of the Techno Viking? That was kind of big for a while there.
I've only seen a little bit of him like clunking down the street.
That's pretty much the majority of it.
I see.
It's essentially, yeah, it's basically two halves, and I don't even quite understand it. There's a bunch of people just like doing a public dance, and I think it's actually called like Fuckfest. Like I think that's actually what I'm not even making that up. Yeah, I think they were actually gathered for like something called Fuckfest or something. Which I think of. Yeah, go ahead.
That sounds like it. That sounds like something Vince would have pitched in the Attitude Era. We need to push Austin for Fuckfest.
It does. It does.
It'll
I
be
think
an
that
R-rated porno we put on before SummerSlam.
I could see him pitching that. Yes.
Oh God, what was that period where they put on like Divas Gone Wild or whatever on pay-per-view?
They did that. I don't know if I knew
they
about
did
that.
something like that.
Really?
And it wasn't like
I
Gone
wouldn't
Wild
doubt
at
it.
all.
I'm sure not. Like watch them kind of rub up against each other. Pay $59.95.
No, what was it?
You poor lonely fuckers.
Oh my God, they had Coachman show it, like host it or something. It was like some
God.
kind of. It was like Russo's idea. It was like some kind of like wet t-shirt competition bullshit. But they wouldn't send up any of the actual women wrestlers. They had like Tori and Stacy introduce it. And of course all the people in the audience were like, well, we want to see Tori and Stacy naked.
Right.
Tori and Stacy step off the stage and like, here's some other bimbos we got off the fucking streets, I guess. And Jonathan Coachman is going to spray them with a hose, I guess.
I was that wasn't just a part of like an actual like WrestleMania or something? Because they did that too. They had like no, they
I
did
love that
Yeah,
that's an actual thing you can say that isn't stupid.
I, it's yeah. No, that was a straight question.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they had
I mean, that was the same time period where they had the WrestleMania party the night before, where Shane shows up obviously on coke or something, and he's fucking dancing his little white boy heart out. Vince is trying, and Vince is trying to bump it, trying to fucking hop in place back and forth on his feet. They brought in fucking, oh my god, what's his name? Chef from South Park. What's his name? Help me here.
oh, Isaac Hayes.
They brought
Really?
in
That I
Isaac
didn't know
Hayes.
about.
So it was like the WrestleMania of 1999 or 2000, the night before, they put on the big WrestleMania party. And they have Isaac Hayes on a big stage, and it's in a big club, and there's a massive crowd with an upper deck that has Shane and Vince and Big Boss Man and Test up there. And Isaac Hayes starts playing Chocolate Salty Balls. And
Really?
and Shane is going nuts dancing to it while Vince is like bumping up and down on his feet while bobbing his head to the beat of fucking chocolate salty balls.
Yeah, I did not know that. That's especially weird because that's specific to South Park. Like
Well,
that
that was
has
around the
nothing
same
to do
time
with
they were
wrestling.
making poor fucking Earthquake under the Gorgo mask run around with an
He's
Eric Cartman
thinking-
doll.
That's right. Yeah, I tend to forget that connection sometimes. You're right.
My god, how much like fucking turn of the millennium can you get than Attitude Era WWF Vince McMahon trying to fucking jive to chocolate salty balls?
That's actually kind of like a sad little snapshot of history right there.
That is a time capsule.
Poor yeah, a time capsule meant to never be opened. Like,
And,
please forget this. Keep it buried.
Like, not only is all that stupid, all that all together, but also just having Big Boss Man and Tess just standing there like, yeah, we're also here.
Being, I guess, like what the enforcers or some shit. Just
Yeah, I
standing
think they're
around.
supposed to
just
try and carry around the corporation gimmick, but like,
Yeah.
and that was of course before the Hunter and Stephanie angle, so Test was still with the corporation.
Oh yeah. What an odd time.
Oh,
What a
geez.
sad time.
Yeah, everything about that is weird. Like and it's compounded by the fact that it's Big Boss Man up there as swap Big Boss Man, right?
Yeah, the one I never cared for myself.
The era of Boss Man, who was mostly famous for having a horrendously bad feud with Al Snow, followed by a horrendously bad feud with Big Show.
That's the only thing anyone ever knows about him, or thinks about him rather. And then of course
For
there's the
that
thing with the
period.
Undertaker where he got well, yeah, for that period.
But yeah, for
Then the thing
Golden
with
Age and
Undertaker where
New
he got,
Gen, Boss Man was is remembered as one of the best big men. Attitude Era, not so much.
Yeah, no. I was gonna add the other thing that everyone remembers is when Undertaker hung him in the Hell in the Cell match at WrestleMania 15.
Undertaker
That kinda
commits
sucked.
actual murder.
Yeah, he had to like writhe around on the hook or on the noose, and then just eventually go limp. It's like, what do you like? Are you if you're not trying to sell it, this is a guy actually being killed. Like, what are we supposed to take from it? And why, for that matter?
And like, how far was that in time from Undertaker crucifying Stephanie?
Oh God, that was around the same time because that was the Satan worshiper taker or whatever.
Right, and
Yeah,
I've said
I
a
kinda
million
forget about
times
that.
that is like the only time in Austin's career where he was an actual babyface doing babyface things when he saved Stephanie.
that kind of says a lot, actually.
Like every other period of Austin's career, he was just a piece of shit who happened to be cheered when he beat up unnecessary random innocents.
Yeah, that's true. Only in wrestling, man.
Yeah.
Fun little world.
Like it's a variety. Like wrestling is a beautiful in a sense. It's all of humanity's insanity condensed into one place. You know?
Again, kind of like a little snapshot,
Yeah.
little microcosm of the world, for better and worse.
Yeah. Chocolate
man.
salty balls.
Yeah, I don't. The idea of him dancing to that's the. And you said Shane was really loving it, so that's also very funny to me.
And like very obviously high on something. I wouldn't have told you Shane did drugs, but like when you look at him, there's like there is no fucking way this guy is fucking sober right now. He is like there is no fucking way that he did not in the limo ride over here that Vince didn't go like, son, it's time you finally get a rail.
Right. It's entirely possible.
And if
It's
you don't,
entirely
I don't
possible.
love you.
That's also entirely possible.
Now,
Have we heard?
goddamn
I
it,
guess
you
we.
keep wrestling and falling off of tall things, and in 20 years you better not blow a fucking quad.
Dad, that's oddly specific.
Fuck you, kid.
I was gonna say that's where I was gonna go as well. Yeah, fuck you.
I wish
Kid.
I never. I wish I knew. I wish I'd have pulled out. You aren't as hot as your sister.
Again, I could sadly see him saying this. um, there was I don't know what it's from, but I just saw not too long ago. It was one of those videos that I mentioned watching recently. It was like whatever, like the 10 strangest things in wrestling, whatever, like one of those kind of fucking things.
They're all Vince.
And yeah, it was something having to do with Vince. I can't remember. Like, the video wasn't focused on Vince, but it was something along the lines of like, okay, here's some weird stuff that happened in wrestling. It's whatever, like wrestling's most. I think it was like wrestling's most like disgusting angles, or deplorable, or
Also all
regrettable.
Vince.
Yeah, he was in there, and actually, the reason he was in there specifically that I remember was, in fact, yeah, they were talking about the thing about Stephanie getting implants and how they made that kind of like a focal point of like an angle there for a little while. And it's like, that's really kind of creepy that the fucking, parent of the company was, okaying this and going along with it and pushing it. And they made a quick throwaway mention. I never knew this was a thing. They mentioned how before she got her implants, Shane like kind of like made a pass at her, like they're together, not quite, but it was.
Vince wanted when Stephanie said no, you cannot be the father of my. We cannot have you kayfabe be the father of my child. Vince's response was, "Well, what about Shane?"
Shane, right? Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, that's already weird enough as it is. But no, this was an actual like real life thing. It was like Shane and Stephanie were at some kind of interview, and I can't remember. Like, I only saw the brief clip, which again, until that point, I never knew existed. So I don't know what they were talking about or why. But it looked like a real thing. It looked like they were actually sitting down to talk with like an actual like legit interviewer about wrestling, from what I could tell from the very brief clip that I was seeing. But yeah, they're briefly talking about Steph's breasts, and like again, she hasn't gotten the implants yet, but she says something. I can't remember what she said to bring this up. It was something I think about one of the. Yeah, I don't know, one of the divas or something, whatever it was, and like Shane said something about like no, Stephanie says something like, well, I mean, like, mine aren't as big as hers, obviously, or something to that effect. She makes some kind of reference to her own, to which Shane kind of looks over and says like, oh, well, yours are nice in their own way or something. And then he kind of like glances
Jesus
down. He's like,
Christ.
yeah, he like glances down. He's like, oh, they're cute puppies or something like that.
Oh, good
And Steph,
lord.
like you can tell there's like a moment of like very clear discomfort. She's like, you didn't have to say that. It was really, and then it cuts away. Like I don't see the rest of the interview, so excuse me, I don't know what else was said, but it was, yeah, like he clearly was in some kind of like interview setting with her, and like looks over and glances
A
down.
little
It's like,
bit of
oh, yours are
Lannister
nice.
vibes there.
Yeah, and you could tell that she was weirded out by it. Like she didn't like freak out, but you could at least, I bought it. I bought it as legit. If she was acting, it was good. She was like, okay. Yeah, it was awkward. Very, very, that obviously the whole Stephanie might be the normal one after all. I don't know. I
Eh.
honestly don't know. Yeah.
I mean, like, I wouldn't put it past Shane to just say something weird and awkward in the moment and immediately go, that was fucking weird. That is nonetheless a strange comment just to even think.
Yeah, he commended her on hers being like he said, and he said the word cute. He was like, oh, they're cute little ones or something like that, which is that's an odd thing to
Puppies would.
openly
I
say.
hope. I hope
I
it was
think he said
ones and not
puppies.
puppies.
Yeah, I think he actually said puppies. I'm almost sure. So one of the two, I think, and it seems more likely that he would have said it was puppies. I'll if I remember tonight, I'll see if I can find the clip and let you see it.
My
You might
God,
even
is
know
just
the
that the
greater
term? Is
clip
that
that it's
just the term that
from.
Vince uses for them?
I I like to
Is that
think
what the?
because
Is that why Lawler always said it was Vince feeding it to him in the
God,
fucking headset?
maybe we were wrong this whole time thinking that it was a Lawler thing.
Well, that would make sense. I was always wondering why is Lawler freaking out for adult women? Clearly, his tastes have evidently by past history been somewhere else.
Yeah, sad but true, allegedly.
Yeah,
Not to change.
allege my boot in your ass.
Yeah, that was random. I excuse me. I think I might be lost again, over and over and over. All I want to do is just find where I lost my stuff and where the cats ran away. I've been at this for like an hour now. I haven't played the game in ages because I've just been trying to find this one fucking spot, and I
Like
can't
we're
find
getting to
it.
the point where it's like I don't want to cut Mike off, but at the same time we have to wrap this up at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
if you're ready to wrap it up, yeah, we can. I mean,
I'm right now. I'm at least like I'm going to test if the foxes want raw chicken because I went up and took a cooked chicken to a fox and the fox had no interest.
Really, that's actually surprising. I mean, again, though, maybe
I
because it's
feel bad about it too because I had the fox was about to be killed by two wolf puppies and I killed the wolf puppies to save the fox and I felt bad about that.
oh, that's actually really sad. I mean, you saved a life, but at the same time, the poor little wolf pups.
At the cost of two younger lives, which by some standards of morality, including I guess my own, I would say that's a worse choice. That's a worse choice. I've
Yeah,
effectively
yeah,
annihilated more life.
I mean, that is true. Hate to say
Like
it, but
not only
yeah.
were they younger, but they were also but also I killed two.
It wasn't enough. That just when will your bloodshed be sated? How many young pups are enough for you?
What's the deal with babies? Why do I keep killing them? I don't even eat them. I just kill them.
Yeah, he announces this as well. He just can't be stopped. His publicist is like long given up. Like
Ah,
I can't do it. I'm leaving town.
the publicist walks into his office every day depressed. And like Jerry has already reupholstered everything in the office with human flesh.
Yeah. If we're
What's
going
the
along with
deal
the,
with my publicist? Sometimes he walks to the office, he brings in cow leather. I can't believe it. I've got so much human skin going around, it'd be silly to not make furniture out of it.
yeah, I mean, it's got to do something with it. Again, he's just openly admitting now that he kills children, infants rather. He makes furniture out of human flesh, human skin rather. Yeah, he's well, what's the deal with with this human mask not fitting when I go outside to masturbate to the moon?
Like, at that point, it's getting just completely illogical. Like everything we've said so far is at least like, okay, it's horrible, but like it's a string of words he has put together. It's like, okay, I guess like this is a thing he does. Like it's turned into like, what's the deal with when I ascend to the fifth dimension, but there's no cheese? And like,
Well, I mean, at that point, if anyone's gonna say it, it's gonna be him. He's
is the
he's.
FBI kicking down the door of these stand-up comedy sets, like fucking
I
shooting at him
don't
on
know.
stage?
Yeah, that I don't know what's going on with this. Is why he hasn't been apprehended yet. Why he's still, maybe he's like on the run, but he doesn't sell it. He just like moves from place to place and periodically like makes like appearances on TV to say these things like, "What's the deal?" Blah blah blah. Like, oh, he's there now. Hone in on his location.
Toppers
He's like, all right,
overhead.
you're right. Yeah,
Jerry's
yeah.
returning fire from the stage. He's got the 357 down the ass of his pants. Crowd
At this
members
point, I
get
wouldn't.
caught in the crossfire. One gets domed in the back of the head by an errant shot from an FBI agent.
I would imagine a lot of people go down. Yeah. And somehow they always fail to hit him, or they do hit him, and for some reason he doesn't seem to go down. He just runs off somewhere else. Like, damn it, we lost him again. We'll have to tune in tonight to see where he shows up next. What comedy club he's broadcasting from tonight. Wait a minute, I recognize that backdrop. He's in Dallas. He's Dallas. Go, 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 go.
we have to hire comedy experts to figure it out where he's going.
Because he just shows up. He doesn't announce where he's going to be. He just comes on stage to say these horrible revelations.
Like, in order to fucking catch Jerry Seinfeld, they go to a fucking mental asylum for the criminally insane. And like Hannibal Lecter just waiting for them in a cell is Louis C.K. just staring at them, jerking it. Like, I knew you would have to come to me. Speaking to them in riddles so they have to stay and watch him jerk off in the cell.
Jerk off. Exactly. It all fits. It all makes perfect sense. Louis, we don't want to watch this. Oh, but you will.
Oh,
I guess in our
club like that would have to be in a 2-state radius. He couldn't have got that far in a single night. Now, when you look at a backdrop like that, it recalls memories of John Candy. Implies a more northerly temperament, don't you think? Now, go, starling. Fly, fly, fly. Still beating it. All the while, he doesn't stop.
I was gonna say, yeah, just never stops.
What? We get to the fucking Edward Norton agent or whatever he doesn't like. Is he with one hand looking through the phone book and with the other hand
Yeah.
calling up Jerry Seinfeld that this FBI agent is coming in?
Thanks for the warning. He's just on the other end, just slapping it. What an odd cabal of miscreants we've created here.
I think Jerry Seinfeld's the Red Dragon and he's showing off the tattoo. Do you see?
Do you see?
What's the deal with my hair lip? Is it still Philip Seymour Hoffman? Oh god!
Oh god! Oh god! Yeah. What's the deal with you spreading lies about me, Mr. Lowndes? What's the deal with you calling me a homosexual? It's just whatever. Go ahead. What?
What's the deal with this blind chick I'm fucking?
I'm sorry. What's the deal with what?
This blind chick I'm fucking.
Is he even questioning himself at that point? I guess we've had him questioning a lot of his own traits at this point. That's not new. I guess I shouldn't question it. Yeah.
In this scenario where of course they had to catch Hannibal at one point, and Edward Norton's in the office with him, like, hey, we're thinking he's eating his victim. But, like, instead it's like, he's making his victims watch him masturbate. And he's talking with Louis C.K. in a very nice, very refined office, and Louis C.K.'s trying to look not suspicious. Well, clearly that couldn't be me, but this sounds like a very deranged individual. This is a comedian you need to get on the hunt for.
And he's probably resembles me in no way. You'll be able to catch him by looking for somebody who's like in every way opposite of me.
Yeah.
That's where I would start. We're on it.
What?
Jeez.
The fucking the shitty Hannibal movie. Ray Liotta's there with his brain exposed, but they're not eating it. Like just fucking the Julianne Moore Clarice just wakes up and Louis C.K.'s there with a fucking partially decapitated Ray Liotta. He's just beating it.
Louis C.K. is rising up through the ranks now. Now he's one of the evil ones, apparently. Although his crime is only just masturbating in public, I guess. He's keeping it pretty tame. Other than aiding and abetting a known felon, he's keeping the jacking. Yep.
And then, like, I haven't cut this recording. When did I? This is a 3.5 hour recording.
Oh yeah, it's funny that my first couple were like maybe an hour long, and then this one's like totally out of sync with the others. I hate doing that. That bugs my sense of symmetry, but oh well.
Oh. What's the deal? This Louis C.K. guy. He's helping the FBI, but I keep getting away.
And again, this is like his public address. He shows up to just, I guess, like this is a way of taunting the authorities. What's the deal with your inability to catch me? You got a guy checking it. He's telling you how to find me. You can't do it. What's wrong with you?
What's the deal? You guys not catching me. You got a guy checking it. Like that implies. That they should be able to. Well, it means you should be able to catch me by now. You've got a guy jacking it.
When you got that tool in your pocket, come on.
Are you this fucking stupid?
My suggestion was meant to say that, okay, well, while the guy is jacking it, yes, he's at least telling you how to catch me, so how come you haven't done it yet? But no, I like your vision better. He's jacking it and you still can't catch me? Come on. What else does he got to do?
If I was up here jacking it, you wouldn't even know I was here. Why? It's Jerry Seinfeld appearing in the houses of these FBI agents between shows.
Again, I assumed that he was on TV. Like he'd show up for like a whatever, like, okay, news break. Or, we understand that Jerry Seinfeld has been spotted. He's left a message. Because that was, that was another thing back in the Bin Laden days. They would always be like, oh, hey, we got a new message from Bin Laden. Let's see what he said. And it was always like, well, I'm still alive. You can't get me. So I kind of pictured it sort of like that. He's like, I'm still out there. What are you doing?
What's the deal with this Pakistani mansion? It's nice and roomy.
Excuse me.
I got a nice terrace and everything.
Terrace, that's the word I was looking for earlier. I was trying so hard to figure out what fucking word to use. I was saying balcony, like overview, whatever the hell. I couldn't think of the word terrace. Yeah, he had a special built terrace that would hide his height.
What's the deal with the Pakistani government? They're keeping me hidden. You'll never find me.
They're in collusion.
I'm sitting in this Pakistani mansion watching Naruto.
Yeah, I mean, I believe you. I mean, again, I didn't know that until you told me, but it's like, wow, like really? I mean, I did read that he was
probably
fascinated by American culture, but
it was probably his kids. But it's way funnier to imagine
it is to imagine that he was. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that I knew that he was really big into American culture, but I wouldn't have pictured him to be an anime fan though. That's going kind of like the other direction. But yeah, it almost surely was as kids.
Well,
That makes the most
there's
sense.
an argument over which is more comical, right? Because Naruto's funny because it's absurd. Because it's a children's anime about ninjas pretty shooting fucking lasers at each other or whatever. But like,
Oh, okay.
is that more absurd than the idea of Osama bin Laden playing Counter Strike?
Oh, right. I forgot about that too. That's right. That man, that one makes me curious though, because that does like I couldn't picture him like I hate to say it, I don't know why this is, but it seems like once people pass a certain like generation, they seem completely unable to comprehend how video games even work, like how to even operate a controller. You know, people of a certain age are like, I don't, how do I do this? So I couldn't picture him of all people, you know, being like with it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, like it also seems weird that like I don't I could picture him wanting to be I don't know, like running simulations or something. Like, what if I was taking on America? Like, what if this was me and my squad? Like, it seems like the kind of thing that I picture him doing.
I'm just imagining the childish image of like him loading up the game, choosing terrorists, playing the game, getting to the win state, and naturally the bomb goes off and it plays terrorists win. And Osama
Right.
just sitting in his chair silently raising his arms in victory.
Maybe even nodding to himself, like, yeah, that's right. That's the stuff.
Well, that now when you say it like that, I'm imagining he's rubbing his nipples.
Yeah, I could picture that too. He seems like he would have been the type. Fucking weird fruit goofball.
Like,
Just a weird fetish type of guy. I mean, not that
oh,
nipple
wasn't
play,
there
you know, I
porn
mean,
on
not my
that
kind of
fucking
thing,
hard
but
drive?
remember reading that there was. I don't know if that was. I mean, I what I read might have been like from the actual official report, or it might have been from somebody like summarizing it, and maybe embellishing it. I can't say, but I did read that.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna look up how you tame a fox. But no, nonetheless, yeah, that's. Oh my.
Did you try the raw chicken? You didn't go for that either.
Didn't go for that. I tried raw rabbit
Really?
from Creative Menu, and that didn't work either.
Wow. I thought any number of those would have done
Uh,
it. You're not missing much on my end. I'm still flying around trying to find that place where I died forever ago that I'll never, ever find.
foxes have a 20% chance to spawn with an item already held in their mouth. If they do, there's a 5% chance for it to be an emerald.
Oh, wow. That's neat.
If a fox is carrying a totem of undying, when it is killed, it will activate the totem of undying and resurrect itself. That is a sentence.
Pretty good thinking on the fox's part.
I perform this ancient ritual, says the fox.
Yeah, makes me wonder where he got it.
Foxes, when attacking other animals, have a chance to pounce by leaping high in the air. If they do this on a snow block, there's a chance for them to get their faces temporarily stuck in the snow, and they'll have to wiggle themselves free.
Oh, that's cute.
Foxes will leap over fences if they can see over the fence, but they will not see through a fence.
If they can see over it, but they won't see through it. So does that? I wonder what that means exactly. I'm trying to figure out how that would play out physically. Like, how could it be in a position where it could see over it but not through it?
If it's on a higher layer so it can see over it, then it might leap over it.
If the fox is on a higher layer?
Yeah, yeah. Like if there's a block distance between a fence and a next block over that's at the same, like if it hops on a block that it is at the same layer. Okay, I don't even know.
I think I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotcha.
If a fox picks up a weapon or an item with enchantments, these items affect the fox's attack as if the fox was wielding the weapon.
That's great.
That's like the fox can pick up a fucking sword and hold it by the handle in its mouth.
I was picturing that exact thing. It just walks up and bumps into you, and it attacks you with the sword, basically. That's cool. I like that. They give foxes a lot of personality.
Foxes eat berries.
Berries? That's how you tame them? Berries?
Yeah, I mean foxes in real life are omnivorous.
Yeah, but I would have never thought berries. That'd been about the last food option I would have thought to try.
Yeah. The wiki makes this point of stating that the foxes are also the only animal in the game that are not harmed by the berry bushes, and if they see a berry bush nearby, they will go to eat it on their own.
Huh. Oh, I think I've seen that actually. There's a fox not too far from your house. Might even be in the same area that you're talking about, where you saw yours. And yeah, I remember seeing it being chased by a wolf, and it was bouncing around kind of by where there are some berry bushes. I thought that I saw it eating one once, and I just kind of dismissed it without thinking of all this other stuff.
Yeah, alright, well now I know. Let me go find some berries. I cheated in some foxes, but I won't cheat in the berries. I know where there's some berries to harvest anyways.
Yeah, there's some really, really close to your house, like just northeast of your river there, like right along the river. Yeah, just like a block away, if that.
Yeah, yeah. I need to look into how to farm berries, because I presumably will want more to get the foxes to breed.
Yeah. I would assume you just till and plant them. I don't know, though. I've never tried planting a berry in real life. I don't know what that would do.
Yeah, I don't know.
Probably depends on the berry.
If the fox is a tameable creature... By the way, the fox if killed drops nothing, so evidently they're not supposed to be livestock that you harvest, so I assume they're like dogs and cats, where they're supposed to be a creature that follow you. But, like, if they are like that, is the point... What? Because the cat is supposed to scare off creepers and the wolf is supposed to fight. Is the point of the fox that you can hand it items for it to carry around and it can do, like, where if you hand it the sword?
Maybe. That's like, a funny thought.
Is the point of the fox to arm it?
Maybe. Which, again, hey, kids, try this at home.
Yeah. Okay, once I get these foxes tamed, I will be in... See if I can figure out how to plant berries to farm them. Once I do all that, I am going to be very good to stop if you are.
Yeah, I hope that stuff, items, and so forth save and continue to exist past a reload or whatever. They probably don't, but man, it just bothers the fuck out of me that I was never able to find the stuff I was looking for.
Uh-oh, does this just make them horny? Made them horny. Okay, they might be like ocelots, where they don't follow you around. You can just make them horny.
Do you have a lash, or a lead, I should say, whatever they call it in this game? I can't remember.
I do, yeah. Whoops. Okay, that's how I plant bushes. Berry bushes.
Wait,
you just
stick them right
on
the
ground.
Down
directly on the ground.
Oh, well, that's convenient.
Yeah, let me plant these where the foxes won't get to them. And the Symphony of Moos begins. Hang on. Let me look up again how to tame them, because they're not... That made them horny, but it didn't tame them.
All right.
Oh, I see. The kid, you can't really tame wild foxes, but the kid will, if you get him horny, the kid will be more or less cool with you. Though even then, you have to lead him away from the rest of the family, or else he'll just follow the parents.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Let's see. Let me get. Do I have the lead on my person? I do not. Let me go grab it. I swear I've hit a bed like a dozen times now, and the phantoms keep spawning. So I guess you do need to sleep a full night.
I think I do believe that one of us had that happen at one point or whatever, and we probably just forgot that. Like that seems like something I think we did determine. When or how, I do not recall.
Let's see. Let me catch this fox. I'm gonna have to make them breed again if I want to get enough domesticated foxes to tame. But
Yeah.
all right. Come along, little baby. I'm sorry that I have to lead you away from your parents, but you won't be going too far.
Yeah. We'll be apparently going to a good place.
Better than sitting out in the wilds until a wolf kills you.
That's true.
They're some vicious fuckers when it comes to the foxes.
Yeah, they're relentless.
Yeah, I'll put that in my inventory. Who knows when I'll need it. Okay, yeah, I am good to wrap it up here. How are you?
I'm close. Give me let me get till daytime, which shouldn't be too long. I have an idea for another way I can try to look for this hidden where I died. It's not something I'm going to explore
Ah!
at any great length. But
It
go ahead.
happened!
What's going on? What happened?
The fox jumped over my fence!
Oh, it did. Oh.
And now it ate a chicken.
Oh.
Okay, at least it hopped over into my
Turtle.
general population enclosure where there was only one chicken for it to eat.
That's funny though that you couldn't offer him raw or cooked chicken, but he went and ate a living one. It's
Yeah,
like,
I
I'll
heard
take
the sound
that.
of it. I heard the sound of him going snack. The sound of him biting down on one.
Right.
Motherfucker, don't. Oh, you motherfucker. Or you die. You
What?
little shit, die.
The fox?
I killed the fox. It killed one of the rabbits. That I will not permit.
Oh, okay.
The general enclosure pen is where the rabbits are kept, and I will not permit that bullshit. Fuck
Yeah,
you,
you know,
go
it's not
die.
him with the cats. Yeah, that's sad that after all that effort, that's all it took was he made that one mistake. Although it sounds like he's going on kind of a rampage there.
Yeah, the baby,
Like, food everywhere.
fox. The baby fox has so far behaved itself just fine, but either the mommy or the daddy came running in here and fucking killed a chicken and a rabbit, and I ain't permitting that shit.
Yeah.
Rabbits, bunnies.
A lot of rabbits spawn in the desert right next to that village that I overtook. I don't know why. I didn't know there'd be. I guess they're like desert hares or something. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hey, that's like a little Peter Cottontail rabbit. I like that.
How so? What's
It's
the
brown with a
distinction?
white belly and a white tail.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, one of them ran into the mines.
It's
This
where
is a
it
bad
wants to
idea.
be.
You don't want to go down there.
He's made his choice. He's an adventurous bunny.
Yep, I've lost him. I'm gonna find him down here at some point in the next few Minecraft sessions. I'm gonna go, why is there a rabbit down here?
Yeah, that's probably true actually.
The baby fox looks kind of derpy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you still have one. You still have a baby fox. It was one
Yeah,
of the parents that killed the.
yeah. If the kid does it, then I'm not going to kill him. I'm just going to lock him up. But
Oh.
The adult doing it, I was like, no, fuck you, die.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, I thought you were referring to the poor little one. I thought that's sad that its
No,
whole life was basically fighting
I
food
would
and then
not have
getting
so instantly and
murdered.
mercilessly slaughtered it.
That did surprise me. Yeah, I thought that was an unusual, unexpected take.
I like rabbits, but I would have found at least some degree of peaceful solution there.
Yeah, found a compromise. All right, give me just a few minutes of daylight to see if I can figure any of this out. But if not, and it's likely not, then I'll cede defeat. I mean, at this point, I don't even know if. I mean, again, it's been ages. So I don't even know if anything from my death would still even be there. But I'm just really trying to figure out. I don't know. If I could at least fly over the area and see the cats running around, I would at least know the spot. I'd at least be able to get the cats back. But for all I know, all that stuff despawns.
The great thing about having a chicken farm is that you can walk through, pick up a bunch of eggs, and you can throw those eggs at somewhere where it would be really amusing to find a bunch of chickens.
There's a lot of places that would fit that bill.
I'm not gonna lie, I've thrown more than a few into the hell portal.
Once wasn't enough, huh?
Yeah, yeah, and it's I like to imagine even the ones that aren't, fertilized eggs per se, the ones that are just effectively periods for chickens. I like to imagine nonetheless it flew through and nailed some piglin in the face.
There's a good chance that it did.
Ah.
Yeah, getting pretty close to wrapping it up. Yeah, I wish there was at least there has to be like somewhere in the like in the save file or something. There has to be some like marker for where you died. Like the game has to keep that information somehow. Because I know that in the old days, if you had the map and the compass or whatever, it would actually like there'd be like a giant glowing thing. Or no, that was a mod. I
That was
think.
a mod, yes. That is, they have
Yeah,
never given you a marker to indicate where your loot is.
never. Okay. Well, the mod was able to do it. Fuck it. It was a handy ass mod then.
That's what game is it that does it like that? There's a couple games that are like that.
Yeah,
It
it
wouldn't
had
have been
like a
Dark
literally
Souls because
like
Dark Souls doesn't have big enough maps to justify it.
oh yeah.
What other games do you drop your shit on death?
I, to the extent that you can go back and pick it back up.
Hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I'm drawing a blank.
Okay, will they stay up there?
What did you say? What are you wondering?
I asked, will they stay up there because I just threw 2 eggs at my roof and they produced 2 chicken babies. I'm wondering if they'll stay up on the roof because that'd be a very amusing image to come back home to.
If it's too far for them to jump and they'd be injured, I think they'll stay.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, I think the animals have like the AI to not jump down into dangerous places.
I really don't see how Pink can see a white bird with a red gizzard that box and say they're ducks.
It's got the general shape of a little duck. It's I don't know, it's kind of portly, kind of roundish. I don't know about most people, but when I personally think of chickens, I think of them as more like tall, kind of narrow.
I
Like
suppose.
ducks are fluffy, I guess, and I think of like a chunky, roundish type of thing as a duck. Like I recognize the character as a chicken in this game, but like it's very easy for me to slip and say that it's a duck.
Yeah. Oh, I made a new tiny little kitten, and it mewed at such a high volume that I thought it was another animal getting hurt, and I got freaked out for a second.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll do a
The
bit of
area I'm
fishing.
in seems. What's up?
I said I was just saying I'll do a bit of fishing to pass the time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be long. I wanted to find a spot where I thought it might have been, and now that I know it's the well, now that I assumed I knew it was the spot, I was gonna try and fly over it in the daytime because I didn't realize that the animals were so easy to see from from above, and I thought, okay, well maybe if instead of looking for my gear or whatever, or the floating baubles, what the stuff that pops out, maybe if I see the cats because they were both white cats. I thought surely I'd be able to see them just kind of running around, but God, yeah, it's so easy to get turned around, and I don't know. I mean, yeah, like anyone who'd be watching this right now and is patient enough to be viewing this and letting it go and just continuing to watch, they'd probably be thinking, well, what the fuck? Like all the time you put into this, you could have spent 17 seconds modding in the shit you lost, or cheating in the shit you lost, and the cats. But I don't know. It's the principle of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I went and got myself all turned around again. Yeah, there's a good chance I got off course again, and if I can determine here in a few seconds whether or not I have or not, if I have, I'll just let myself fall from a fatally high place and just let myself die and respawn back in my village.
Yeah, it's excuse me. Yeah, tiny little kitten. That it was born into the world sitting because it was on top of a bed.
You little fella.
When I look around at all the cats, I sometimes just think of like old Mo in that one episode of Simpsons. I gotta say, guys, this is pretty great.
I remember the comment. I remember him saying it, but I can't remember what the visual is. He's with a bunch of cats.
No, it's well, Homer, I thought a guy with two wives would be pretty happy. No, that's a guy with two knives. The camera pans over to Mo holding
Oh
two knives.
yeah.
I gotta say, guys, this is pretty great.
That's right. Yeah, I like that Mo kind of like turned into this like weird, lonely, homicidal weirdo. He
Yeah.
went from just a barkeeper to a sociopath. Yeah, I got
What
a kick out of
episode
that.
was it where like something happens and he looks to the back of the bar where there's a noose hanging in a back room and he just simply says, "Not today, old friend.
Today,
Not today."
I don't remember the episode, but I remember the bit. Jesus Christ. There's a Christmas episode once where they're like they're like doing a whatever it's like a narration like oh on the 12 days of Christmas that kind of thing, and Mo has a part where he's trying to stick his head in the oven to kill himself. Yeah, like wow guys shit, that's pretty fucking dark.
Pretty intense, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't remember what happened. Like I think like eventually like maybe someone gives him gifts or a gift or something. He's like, oh, okay, well then I won't kill myself.
Yeah.
Some kind of something like that.
Uh,
There was one where he it was in the boxing episode where Homer he trains Homer to be a boxer. Well, kind of more or less. And
and
yeah,
so much
Homer's
as
like,
Homer can be trained to be a boxer.
right. Yeah, he basically just, trains to just stand there and take punches and not fall down. And yeah, I can't remember the exact lines, but Homer was like, Mo, you used to be a boxer, and he was like, yeah, yeah. They used to call me, I can't remember what it was like Kid Beautiful. Then it was eventually Kid Presentable. Then eventually it was Kid Mo.
Ah! The
Kid
fucking episode where he's
Presentable.
giving it so here's what you do when there's a homeboy stepping to your fly girl.
Yeah, yeah, he's teaching a class or whatever. It's where all the people are in like a local I can't remember I can't remember the name of it. Yeah, he's teaching dance if I recall correctly.
Yeah, yeah, and he ends it with pulling out a double barrel shotgun and then firing it 3 times.
When a homie steps up on your fly girl, that's about as early '90s as it gets.
Yeah. Which it's Mo. That's the point is these, Mo.
Yeah, yeah, because the episode was from God, it had to have been at least the mid to late '90s, I'm guessing.
Late enough that Mo is an established character that was humorous to see him in a setting other than the bar.
Right.
Like, it's kind of funny where sometimes you can tell the time frame of an episode by simply basis of like, okay, this character's expect to be a character that we know by appearance and name, rather than just inferring from the context surrounding him, right?
Yeah.
And of course, Mo was one of those characters, at least the early seasons I saw, where Mo didn't do a whole lot in the early seasons. He hadn't really became one of those characters they had a lot of interest in yet.
Right. Yeah, that's entirely true.
And Skinner was just Bart's nemesis. They hadn't yet
Yeah,
established
also
like
true.
his relationship with Chalmers or his relationship with his mom.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't know when that became a thing, but it definitely wasn't immediate.
Which I find funny because I'm just not big on Bart storylines in general, but like, I find Skinner a much more entertaining character when he's attached to Chalmers or his mom than I do to Bart.
Skinner is actually probably like my third or fourth favorite character in the show.
Yeah, I
just
like
find him
Skinner a
very
lot.
funny.
It's just that I don't care for the usual storylines of Bart's in trouble.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't
Hang
sound
him.
like you like Bart too much. Hang him? Is that what you just said?
Hey, there's an episode where he tries to eat him.
Yeah, that's true.
Homer
somehow
strangles him in
hanging
every
seems
other
darker.
episode.
That's also true. But the idea of just like, well, Bart, you've whatever you've been too much of a rascal one time too many, and then just cut to him just hanging, just dead and cold and stiff, just slightly dangling back and forth.
Bart's
Like,
eyes are bulging, but
wow.
with the pupils replaced with X's.
Yeah.
Tongue hanging outside the mouth.
Yeah, probably colored blue. That sounds about right. Pretty dark, this show.
Skinner's just like, I'm finally free.
All you have to do is kill him. All it took was just cold-blooded homicide.
I should have killed that little shit so long ago.
What a series finale. Wow.
This Chalmers arriving like, my God. Skinner!
Did you yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah. Did you hang the Simpson boy? You literally just straight up killed him. Oh, well, yes.
Seymour? Yes?
Well, that's fucked
You're fired.
up. Yeah, right, yeah. Oh, dear.
Did you call me a liar? No, I said you're fired. Oh, Well, that's much worse.
That's much worse. Oh yeah. As promised, by the way, I'm gonna kill myself here. Speaking of which, I'm gonna let myself die. So down I
Rumor is I'm going to kill
go.
myself.
Yeah, quite the abrupt and serious announcement.
That's a fucking. The noose has now got another one next to it with Seymour in it.
Again, this series finale is really kind of going hard, going final.
Leaving no
Jesus.
questions unanswered. What happens at the bar? He's fucking dead. What happens to
He's
Skinner?
dead.
Fucking dead. Hey, you want to know what happens to the rest of the cast? Hey, take a guess.
Homer suffocates Marge in her sleep, then kills himself.
They
Lisa
say Kevin
drowns, I
Sullivan
don't
did
know.
it.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, yeah, I never found my location. I feel like I'll
Oh, God
probably
damn
look
it.
again the next time we play. What, me or something on your end?
I went to go find found a pair of wild foxes to breed, and I found one. I was able to protect from one wolf, only for a wolf pup to come in and kill it.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, in a way, that's kind of how I felt with my cats. I mean, I went through, not a whole lot of trouble, but a very concerted effort and tried to run for my life and theirs to keep them and keep them alive from that village I took them from. But now I don't know what happened to them. It's like, well, that was all for nothing. It's disappointing to have that victory kind of snatched from you from what kind of feels like no fault of your own.
I wasn't working too hard on this one, but I was just kind of struggling like, well, it seems like there's only one fox left in this entire tundra. Who am I going to breed it with? And then it's dead. And it's like, okay, well, I guess there's no more foxes in this tundra.
Oh, you're in the tundra then. I thought you were by your house.
I'm in the tundra by my house.
Ah, oh, that's right. It's super nearby. That's right. Did you ever look any closer? Like kind of just like follow your big river where your first bridge is? Because I know that's where a bunch of them were. Just follow the
Uh,
river just north, just straight out of your front door, and just follow that river forward for like 30, 40 seconds, and I found foxes over there.
yeah, that's probably the way to do it. I gotta be. This is one of those things I didn't anticipate that we have to be quicker about it because, like, the wolves or the strays will genocide them.
Do they not get respawned? Maybe they do on a time limit.
It's difficult to say. The wolves definitely respawn because definitely didn't used to be as many of these damn things all over the place, and they're turning into a pest for their ability to kill the other animals.
Yeah, it does sound that way.
Does not seem like the chickens will go off the roof, so I now have 2 chickens on my roof.
That's good.
I'm happy about that.
Are you just gonna? Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna keep them up there then? Poor things will never be able to get away, huh? That's honestly kind of, it's funny, but really kind of sad. That's just their life now. They'll never be fed. They'll never have a home. Well, other than, at the top of your
well,
your
I wouldn't
house,
guarantee either of those things.
Yeah.
All right, roof chickens, here's some seeds. Fuck.
Yeah, just throw the seeds up there at them. Here you go.
Shit, the bow's really effective.
Did you say the bow is? Are you shooting them?
No, I'm not shooting the chicken.
I was gonna, like, what a cruel thing to do. Strand them up there and then start firing arrows at them? Like, why? What a nightmare.
There would be no reason. I have much easier chickens to kill much nearer by.
That's why it struck me as particularly mean-spirited, demented even.
No, I was shooting at some creepers out here in the woods.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a better thing to do. Yeah.
Much less fucking sadistically or psychotic like the fucking the fucked up teenager tormenting puppies before he graduates to killing humans.
Right. Yeah, I mean, again, it struck me as Like, I mean, because you segue right from talking about the chickens being on your roof to then pretty much the next thing I heard was, well, this bow is strangely effective. It's like,
Ow!
what are you doing? Okay, what happened?
Snuck up on a creeper snuck up on me while I wasn't very far in the woods, but nonetheless a part that had been heavily forested and thus dark.
Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
item drop, it doesn't matter because I'm right next to my house, but I am rather annoyed that I lost 29 experience levels.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, 29. That sounds like quite. Well, I guess you lose all of it, don't you?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I died.
But I don't remember. Is there any other than enchanting and all that? Is there any use to that experience? I mean, is it even really
Enchanting
experience
is
as opposed to
pretty good.
Well, it is. I'm assuming. I've never tried it, but I mean, it sounds like you can get a lot of really cool stuff. But like, you don't have an enchanter set up right now or anything, do you?
No, but come to think of it, could I get one set up? What is it? You need a book, of course. You need lapis
Oh
lazuli.
yeah, I forgot about that stuff. Yeah, yeah.
My god, this is a lot of shit.
What? The stuff you need to get?
The stuff that I dropped upon death.
Oh, hey, at least you found your death site.
Oh no 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 no! Zombie baby zombie grinder! Oh god, I'm gonna die again! Woo! I'm gonna die again. The tree
That
cover is
happened
just
so
enough to
quick?
prevent them from burning to death. This sucks.
Oh yeah, I see.
Okay, well the baby burned to death, but the adult being ridden is still alive. Don't pick up the dirt. Why would you pick up the dirt? The loot pickup system has its priorities, I gotta say.
Yeah, and it's usually wrong. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that? Dirt? Well, that's a necessity. You gotta pick that up. Let's ignore this fucking useless iron sword. That's just inventory filler right there.
Yeah.
Rotten flesh, gotta get that. Gold
It's
armor?
super.
Come
Well,
on. Who fucking needs gold armor?
yeah.
Okay, and now I will light that area up so that shit doesn't happen again. Yeah, I honestly just meandered off into the woods like, maybe there's another fox out here. I don't know. It was a pretty bold move in hindsight.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong in thinking, that yeah, there's probably a fox out there, but it does sound like you paid a hefty price for that assumption.
For the assumption that, like, I could probably handle whatever monsters are out here. Who gives a fuck? I don't know.
Apparently, yeah.
And an egg. Where the fuck did I even get this egg? Poof! Off into the horizon with you. A raw chicken. I assume I must have run into a dead chicken at some point then.
I don't know how or when you could have, unless it was when you were talking about the wolves killing all the chickens. Maybe like you somehow encountered one during that situation.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was a stretch of woods I saw a fox or two in.
Well,
Whatever. Are you close
that
enough
might
to
have
wrap
been it.
Are you close enough to
Yeah,
wrap things up over there?
yeah, we can stop. I've just been kind of putz around inside my house, kind of doing a little redecorating.
Yeah,
There
let
it
me
is.
get
Respawn
back.
point set.
Let me get back to my place, which is just a hop and a skip and a jump over, and we should go ahead and wrap things up because otherwise I'll keep inventing things to keep going.
Yeah, yeah. Some of these games are really good for that.
Yeah. Yeah, this fox I spawned in, I better just go ahead and kill it. Otherwise, it's just gonna hop over the fence one day and kill my chickens.
I mean, you have a lot of chickens to spare, though.
I do, but I'm sure that if I looked away long enough, it would kill most of them.
I guess they don't breed though, do they? They just make
Not
the
on their
eggs, and
own,
it's up
not
to
naturally.
you. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'm gonna be leaving myself with a full inventory here, but that's a future me problem.
What's it full of?
If it was a bunch of bullshit, that wouldn't be a problem because I could just dump it as soon as I spawn in. But there's a lot of good stuff
Oh, okay.
and some saplings.
A lot of good stuff and some saplings. Yeah, those, I mean, on the rare occasion that you need to plant a tree where there aren't any, then yeah, they can be good for that. But otherwise, yeah, just a bunch of shit.
Yeah. All right, I'm cutting this recording.
All right.